as we are once again alive upon the internet. Let's refresh this, make sure everything works. So I should get this chat up as well, because why not? I'm early, but I was ready. I was like, let's just hit that button and go do some more stuffs in here. Because yeah, I want to do some stuffs, and I thought might as well do some stuffs while streaming, not have to wait basically till the hour mark. As in the background, I'm briefly preparing a trash multi-calc. Let's make a copy of that one. Rename. It's 230908. PTS 1. As I'm preparing my spreadsheets. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I'm on my alt account. I want to test one thing first, because yeah, we had yes, short game. So when it pops up this, it means that your account hasn't been active for a while in here. So my account hasn't been ever anything. But yeah, you can just pick one of the two. It because this sometimes also happens with main accounts. You just pick one of the two. It should put you at the loading in the loading screen, and then you should get your character loaded. I want to check if the Ouroboros, because yeah, last time we bought the Iron Lung, or Iron Lung, was it Iron Lung? Was something else actually? No. Forget what the LMG is called now. Because I'm gonna assume Iron Lung seems more of a test piece kind of thing. Let's go get a. Let's go get a this. BTS crafting cache. I'm happy to have made a deal. Pop it. Oh, this is called Iron Lung. Well, yeah, actually, it doesn't make not sense. Everything named can go. Everything brand and your set can go. Just want the exotics for now. So this one. Actually, on this one as well, and this one as well. This one for later. Off with their heads. Yeah, so this time none of them are available. And also in here, likely then none of them are available. That's interesting. Maybe it broke in the meanwhile. Or I should maybe log out, or I should go to New York. Safest thing to do. Resetting the session in that way. Bring up chat on tablet as well. So I'm less well prepared than not particularly. I'm usually not well prepared anyways. This isn't out of the ordinary. As the heat as well is still very much getting to me. But we'll make it do. Let's try again.
Didn't mean to get in the way. Good to see you. I can help
you. Okay. So that was what happened last time, and I didn't catch it. So it's the Iron Lung blueprint is missing. Or the Iron Lung blueprint is twice, and the Ouroboros blueprint is missing. So that's what I missed last time. That's why when I bought this, the other one went away as well. Because in my head, of course, was obvious of like, this is going to be the Iron Lung, and then this is going to be the Ouroboros without actually even looking there. So yeah, we can't reroll the Ouroboros yet. Most likely we will, if at this point it's basically given. Yeah. Let's see how this holds up. And I came over to this account because here I have like all of the chests and stuff to like swap to a Grupo chest, for instance, here. Oh, yeah, it's here. This one's still set up from before. Sure. So 53,178. You know what? Let's just max out this mod as well. Because yeah, I kind of want to do a build number check with this thing. Especially against a talented, well, against Almo and against Famas. Here the Famas numbers already. Let's actually go over here. Does this work? It works in one go. Like that. Should be tiny, but still maybe readable. This other one should be the stats of let's just do this 44,191 instead of calculating it out. Also, actually, I just want this to be not based on, just so I can copy them. 44,191. This can just go. What I can do, of course, is just do this and put in here an Elmo and see those stats, which is 52, 173. The rest stays 130 there. And then here, we also need to alter it. So this will be Famas. So this will be 50, 53. 153 minus 12, 141. It's gonna make sense. Those were with Coyote numbers, what was in here before. But I want to do it without Coyote first. Without the Coyote buff active first. Just as a comparison point, and then we'll go and add in other numbers. Grupo here. And yeah, so this is 53, 178, 130. Actually, do I have SMGs on Gunner? I don't. I'm gonna go put SMGs on Gunner. Because in a second as well, I'm gonna test its numbers to see if they actually match up. I needed the base of this thing. Yeah, of course, just now realized that I destroyed the base calculator of this thing. I'll just remake it. 92 989. 130. And then this is this divided by 1 plus that one divided by 100. So 44 or 4430. 4430. Let's see if this actually, if the in-game agrees with me. Here we get a truncated number, which is always annoying. So show base damage is on 44.4, which yeah, is the truncated of that one. I can also just let me not show this. I can also just go in here and double check, because I calculated it out earlier, of course, as well. Let's see if I hit the same calculation number. 40.430. Yeah, so show it now. As it, this is the underneath in the burst tables and stuff. It's already down there. That's the same as our good friends of the Vector 45s. Yeah, let's check the rest of it. So here we would have the same 25, 100. Gonna make sure that this isn't, these are just hard values. They are. We won't have 10 detalk now, but we'll have 10 detalk eventually. And what we then need to do is get these values in here as well. So this is 978, 71.7, I presume. 7. So this is fam ass. This is Elmo, and this is Oreo. That's the name of that thing now. I see an issue there now. That is going to become very evident once I alter this this RPM number. I can't believe they actually put this into the game, or like this made it past like internal testing. Because yeah, once we put in here that it has instead of the RPM there, that it has 1875 RPM. Now, of course, this thing has a range of 15, but even half of this is basically close to an Elmo. Like, it doesn't matter if it's out of range. Really, guys, what the fuck? And this as well as like RPM that you can't stack it without even ACSing. How does this make it out of like internal testing? Let's take the 10D tech off of it and double check the numbers here. The numbers that are now hidden. Let me actually alter this to be down here because there's less stuff down there and get in the way of. Yeah, let's try to get matching numbers out of this thing. Because even if we put like DTH there. Yeah. What? So what I need is to stack it up in a second, but first I need to take out this 10 detox. Actually, I can copy this over once. So Oreo no detox. No, needs these numbers as well, of course. Let's just make this entire area different color. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. So yeah, I need to stack it up. So 2 3 2 1 3 2 3 1 3. Two, three, two, 7, 4, 7. Let me just use snipping tool. So 2, 3, 2, 4, 7, 4. We're off by 1.5, but that's likely off from the base, being a fixed value there. So that's fine. And then on the crit end, let me double check my crit numbers here. 178, 178. Because that one didn't seem to be matching. This thing came with swap speed, right? Yeah, so it doesn't have the thing there. I'm off on one of these ones, maybe? Because it should only be the crit one then. Because I'm getting in game. Let me bring this back up. Actually, well, no, 704,396 is like 50k off my calculation. Let's try the Elmo and see if that one is matching or if I'm just being silly in some way. Of course, this is graded to 20, so just for testing purposes, I'm just going to do that. 1.03, 1.9, 2.7, 161. Oh, coyote. I am being dumb. There's a coyote here. Like, what am I doing? What am I doing? Which is going active, of course, and adding 25 crit. Which, of course, makes a lot of sense. Not only does it make a lot of sense, it makes infinite sense. Makes about 25 crit damage worth of sense. Which is that. Hmm. Six, 9. Two, 4, 7. Did I mess up here somehow? This one is off as well. How am I messing up here? Let's try you first. 150 is this plus 25. I did put 25, right? I did put 25. That matches off by 1. 490, there it's 489.4. Within margin of error. And 367, oh, yeah, so Elmo matches up. Oh, I'm still wearing the Cheska chest. That's what's happening there. That's it. We need to also swap this back to this Grupo to match numbers there. And then... Yay, finally. 704,396. 704,391.7, which is within margin of error, especially at these, like, silly crit damages and stuff. And also, yeah, this base isn't calculated, so... This thing is silly. This thing is very silly. Yeah. Because at these kinds of numbers, so let's even say like this thing still gets a 9 on top of it. Like this thing is unbalanced, like by a lot. Especially because on top of it with Striker, like it's gonna fit into Striker so well. So this one was just for testing purposes. This thing can go now again. So I'm gonna take these three, copy them over like this, and then put Koi 15 behind all of them. We're gonna take this number block, take it up over here. Actually, I need to, of course, put the Elmo back where it was, which is here, and not with this as well. And then we'll recopy it because the Elmo is not not that good against the FAMAS with a damage talent. It there it was with Great 20 and Coyote active over over our AR. And then yeah, we need to take these numbers over to here as well. This one shifted down, of course. Actually, yeah. Let's just make this 1035. 50. Actually, it's 1.7 with a in here, right? Oh no, it's 1.9 actually. It is still 1.9. 1.9. Actually, 1.9. Because I need to copy even more. Let's put it there already. So these all become is what is this plus 10 is this plus 10 is this plus 10, and then these all become 60s because they just reach cap. $17 million. Because from memory, if I remember correctly, we take this FAMAS number and just put it there. Actually, I should take this FAMAS number and put it there. And we take away this and we put 200 here. Am I missing anything? Nope. Because that's what a chest striker does, which is 14 million with a FAMAS. This is what we do nowadays with a chest striker. This thing is beating a chest striker with an obliterate striker. And its only real downside is its range. And its damage per mag. It's going to eat ammo, but... just out of curiosity, give me these numbers. Let's put one at the bottom. And let's make this one... what? Oreo. 1200 RPM. Because that's... I'm at this point just going to assume that this thing is a typo. That this thing is just one typo that happened. And that what it should be is 1200 times 1.1, which is 1320. I'll do it like that. With a 50 round mag, and I'm just gonna take these parts from here. Because yeah, if it was a 13.20, then it lines up actually decently well. And at those numbers, it would match up well enough. Where yeah, it would make sense. You could use this as a close range weapon, but then like FAMAS and the Elmo being decently good at like having range will balance it out. Like if they in this coming days don't come out and say this, I'm throwing tables at them. Hey there, Panic. And hey there, Doom. Yeah, indeed, we're spreadsheeting a little bit because the Oreo is a little bit busted. Like to the point that like this is Heartbreaker all over again. This is original Heartbreaker all over again to me. If they come out and say, "Oh no, this is what we intend," it's the second time in way too short of a time. Because yeah, so it is basically doing 50% on top. Well, it's doing 40% on top, and it's doing it. So I've even these numbers on the FAMAS and the Elmo, they're DTH numbers. Like this thing is doing 140% to DTA and DTH of a FAMAS. Elmo. Oh, hey, Mark. Hey. Yeah, I mean, well, they haven't broke. Well, they likely also broke some stuff because the game also takes forever to load at the moment. But there's a new SMG going in. It has the same base damage as our current 45 Vector, but it has an RPM of 1875, and yeah, that is a little bit silly, as you can imagine. It's basically on base damage just beating a talent. That's I'm gonna give somebody a band there, if I remember how. First gonna time them out and then give them a ban later. Should have just banned them actually. See if they come back. As got some advertisement there. The Ouroboros, the new SMG. I'm just calling it the Oreo because why not? But yeah, this thing is a little bit insane. Like it's like a Grupo chest striker, like just swapping Seska to a Grupo from Elmo variant, and you just up your DPS by like a ton, Like these are crazy numbers. This is doing it always against a DTH FAMAS doing 11 million on DTH, only DTH, and this thing is doing 15 million DTA and DTH because it's SMG, doesn't have any. Currently, it's not doing that because we don't have the blueprint to reroll this thing, so we would have to like. Have they kept the? Let's go see. Well, it's 15 meters, but even outside of if you're outside of that range, because with this you can take a shield and a memento and 3 blue cores, like basically make a tech tank and do the same damage as an Elmo version, and then you can push in. You can push in and just be in 15 meters. But this thing as well is because on Striker, it's already not too much of a spread. It doesn't have any weapon handling on itself, right? No, it does have reload speed there. But it's already not spreading wide. Like you can reach out to 20 meters if you need to. But it doesn't matter that if it's so short range. If the damage is so much more, you'll do that. You'll do it. You'll just go and be in that range. But yeah, with this thing, you could have just want to see if the drop rate on exotics is like super high, which it normally is. Because yeah, if we could find the detox version, that would improve testing a little bit. Because now I don't have a detox version because it doesn't come like that, and then the blueprint isn't available. Let me make the game big. And then hitting the same numbers as if you were like running it currently with a. And then on top of it, it has a talent as well, which is that if you get status affected, you basically apply the status effect on reload back onto enemies, which is like not even part of this like discussion yet because like it didn't need to be. But its only downside is going to be that it eats ammo. Like, but like, is that enough to like really dissuade people? Wait, what? Why isn't it showing difficulty? Why isn't it showing difficulty settings or world settings? I mean, the world is likely set to heroic because I've like the CPs are 4. Is this just broken and I didn't notice on earlier testing? Likely then. That's weird. But yeah, the option even for world settings isn't here. It's this. Can I set missions? Difficulty. Okay, so we are on heroic just from that, but yeah, nowadays we can set difficulty below, so. But yeah, it's not showing difficulty on like where it normally would show it. We can't change difficulty settings. So I can't also turn on any directives or anything. I want a shield because yeah, as well, like if you get shield broken with this thing, you just doesn't matter because you'll reload and you'll have disorient to save you while you are on the downtime of it. Yep. I'm gonna go down here though.
Got a location on Major Castillo. He's at headquarters.
Yeah, Kelso is very adamant about Agent Castillo.
Family now, if that's any comfort.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Let's take a heal here. Of course, they spawn downstairs now.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
This feels so significantly stronger than oh, this was the name. Okay, that guy was marked, and for a second I was like, wait, was that was a purple? Why was that? What was that? The name? But I killed the name already. This feels significantly stronger than FAMAS or Alma. It's reloading super fast as well. Because it's even beating an Elmo on like sustain by a lot, although not in the same equivalency. So it's actually because of that 70 round mag, the Elmo, even with its slower reload, is keeping up. What do you keep leaning into this? Also, is so yeah, no, the incursion is not on the PTS, at least as far as I understand it. Didn't read up on anybody else talking about it, so which kind of might likely make sense as well. It's likely has some story content in it, or well, story parts, and they usually don't. If it has story and stuff, they usually don't put it out. Like the legendaries and stuff, they did, but also like those didn't have actual like story type. I'm gonna go kill this elite convoy as well. It doesn't seem to be the super high exotic drop rate that normally is on PTSs. Because yeah, you would get like an exotic drop every 2 weeks. I didn't catch all of them. That's fine. I'll just kill them.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Because the thing is as well, like you can main this thing. You don't even have to ACS stack because it's hitting 30 rounds a second. So that ACS doing 40 stacks a second. Like this is I mean 10 seconds more per, or 10 stacks more per second is significant, but like this thing is also just like out damaging. Like even the likely even the ACS. Like if you were maining the ACS, this thing is still likely. Oh, they went up. Did they? Oh yeah, they did. Like I said, that's going to be its only issue. Out of ammo. But does that matter? Really? When you can just, you know, fast travel back to White House, fast travel back to Haven, and get ammo. Yeah, let's put it up against the ACS numbers as well, because yeah, the ACS numbers on a striker were also always silly. We'll take this one. That's our base. So ACS.
It's hard not to worry what might be waiting.
Well, actually, no. What we'll do, I'll take this baseline FAMAS numbers and use those. ACS 320 round mag, and don't remember the thing here. That's actually 345. That's 345, of course, and then striker. It's reload. That's what I don't remember. 1.8. Not that matters. I only really care about the burst here, but and then let's go into our burst tables. I'll just grab the damage per number here. Shorties. So we'll take this number. We'll plop that number here. Let's do it right as well. Because we're gonna be having a Cheska chest instead. Here normally. It was alongside of something else. So making it 42, which super low crit chance for it, but that's also fine because I would have a coyote taking it to 52, making it a little bit more bearable. Wouldn't have this, it wouldn't have this, would have the rest. Actually, let's make this 52 163, just to like help it along as much as we can. And pommel is around 7%. Like, yeah, this is doing the ACS numbers, but yeah, or like, yeah, but with, yeah, better range, better accuracy, because yeah, the ACS can't reach out that well. Yeah. You gotta be kidding me. But yeah, let's leave that one out of there because that one's not per se correct. Because yeah, I don't actually know off the top of my head what pommel adds in. But yeah, it's all silly numbers. It's very silly numbers. I'm gonna swap accounts briefly. I wanna see. Do I want to check anything else? It doesn't matter what account I'm on. I want to take a striker tech tank, take its numbers, put it up against the Fama's full red-blooded striker. As yeah, the screen goes black for a little bit. I'll catch up on chat here. Is that the new SMG? That was indeed the new SMG that I was running. The talent gives shock ammo. Oh, the SMG, you mean, or are you talking about the Elmo? Then I'm guessing, because yeah, the SMG will whatever status effect you get applied with. Whenever you reload, you will apply that status effect, and you can apply it from yourself. The Elmo has seen no changes, if that's what you mean. The Saint Elmo, the AR with shock rounds, has had no changes made to it. It does indeed look like a paint sprayer. I'm booting up the game. I almost booted up the normal version. I want to go into PTS. As we're bringing that up once more. And also in a little bit, I don't know if some of the regulars are still in the chat, but if anybody's willing to join me for some dissenting, because I would love to try for getting up to like a little bit past the nemesis, like getting up to loop 10, messing about with In Sync, Future Perfect. I also saw Regicide went in, although I don't think Regicide is going to be that useful for in there. Could be good for the middle parts, but yeah, anything worked for like loop for the middle parts already. because Plague was already clearing those middle parts like super fast. And I don't think it's going to keep up past loop 30, likely. Like, not even with a shotgun, I'm guessing. Because at those points, you just can't one tap. So then it starts losing.
Press space to start.
So capture should restart. But yeah, just to double check as well, I will actually have a look at the Elmo. Although I don't believe I've used the Elmo already, so there were no changes to it in an obvious sense.
Safe area entered.
Let's have another look at it. Wording has stayed the same. Everything else is the same. Yep. That's the same stats. That's the same base damage on this thing. Actually, well. So yeah, I want to run the numbers of this thing, Striker Tech Tank, up against, with the Ouroboros, against a full-blooded red. So it's gonna bring up the spreadsheet once more. So we're gonna take these numbers. I'm gonna put it here in the middle of this. Oreo SB Tech Tank. Let's take this as its starting point. And then we'll start swapping out numbers for this one. So this is going to be 85 plus 15 eventually. Actually, I need to put I need to even actually, yeah. Technician, of course, doesn't have SMG high to it at the current moment, but it can. So this will be 85 plus 30. Once Memento is charged up, I'm going to do full Memento numbers. 85 plus 30. Crit chance, crit damage of 59,142. Without even involving any coyotes or anything. 142. 42. I could run this as a chest version. Actually, I will kind of run this as a Grupo chest. Does she have a Grupo chest? She does have a Grupo chest. And then she should have a striker mask as well. He does. Stats should not have changed. They didn't. Just these numbers are a little bit because of the mods. Yeah. Oh, it won't have this 25, of course. Oh, no, actually, well, no, it will have this 25. It won't have the backpack. So, 65, right then? Yeah, 65. This. Okay. So it's losing out on sustain. That part is fine. Wait, why is it losing out on sustain actually? Because the RPM is so high in comparisons to its RPM. It's actually funny that is. Let me actually make this green as well. That's what the RPM should be of this thing. If there's any sense in this universe. Let me get over here. Yeah, I did see Regicide being posted in a few places. I don't think it's going to be that useful because it's an unkill talent, and I mean you could already kill them already. You can clear out the door, but at there's going to be a point when you basically don't have that one shot ability that well. But yeah, I think for the middle parts, it could be a good choice. Like it's better than picking glass cannon, what usually did on those middle parts. Because yeah, you can clear out an entire door in one hit. And hello there, Kiba and Wienerwill. So here, this is actually interesting. So is actually this RPMing this high, that's such a burden on its sustain? Or did I just mess up something here? I don't think I did. Should have still the same, yeah, reload. Actually, is this thing actually reloading at 1.3 second? Let's go over here and find out. Because yeah, this tech tank, once fully charged though, so yeah, it needs to charge up its memento. With this Ouroboros, is gonna do the same damage as a FAMAS with strength. Full red striker. And this thing can, of course, it can go to the ranges that this thing requires. Like I'm looking over my stuff, going like, where is the mistake? But there isn't any. The mistake is not on my end. I guess yeah, 0.65 times 100. Yeah, so that's that all checks out. The base weapon damage is there. Yeah, they just if in the coming few days they don't come out and go like, oh yeah, no, that mod of plus 10 RPM that should be adding to instead of 1500 that it has now as its base for some reason, which I mean is a super weird number. No other weapon does that. Let me make the game big. Yeah. They just need to come out and go like, oh no, we want it to be 1200 and then 10% from that mod, making it 1320. 1.3k RPM instead of the 1.8 that it is. I want to charge up this memento a little bit, and then I want to just go bomb rush something. And again, as well, here as well, yeah. No difficulty setting, no difficulty changing. I wonder why that is. Like, nothing that they were talking about was in the realm of difficulties and stuff. Or like, but yeah, usually when stuff like that breaks in these ways is like they're working on it or they're changing stuff. Because, yeah, of course, last season we had to change to missions, having missions that you can pick lower difficulty than you're set to on the world. And yeah, that basically feels like a low stack, fast hands reload. Which 1.3 seconds kind of seems in line with.
Watch out! More of them!
Yeah, this is already like significantly stronger than a FAMAS on this build. Noticeably, like an instantly noticeable amount more. And yeah, its only real issue is going to be like, because damage per mag isn't really an issue for it either because it reloads so fast. So it just, you're just doing those numbers. But yeah. Troops are gonna spawn all the way across.
Hostiles detected.
Because, yeah.
That was the last one.
Public execution, they'll spawn over there. I mean, I hope so. I hope they don't pull a. I hope they don't pull a heartbreaker, and go like, nope, it's totally intended. We are intending to break the game balance. Because this is even like, this is even without, because next season we'll have special ammo, as one of the directives. If you're fighting these guys and you can just be shot and just return the favor, basically, then yeah, it's because that part isn't even in these calculations, of course. Like, and even there as well, like that number going up against the FAMAS on the tech tank, hitting the same number basically. That's all-round number. That is a DTH and DTA number versus just the DTH number of that extra 21% of on ARs. Like, that's insane. Like, just doing the most basics of calculations on this thing. Like, even without like going into a calculation sheet, like the second that I saw that it had the same base damage as a 45 vector and like an RPM that is so much higher, like it doesn't matter what the rest of the gun is. This thing could have 8-meter optimal range, and it would still beat out, because it's basically doing, especially in armor, it's outside of optimal range. It's going to do the same damage as a FAMAS, well, close, like within 10% of a FAMAS in optimal range. And it's a vector. It's not super accurate, but you can kind of reach out to those kind of ranges. Let's not die, actually. Let's not overextend, especially when I'm... Actually, I am charged. Actually, I'm gonna kill her, and I'm gonna see if I can, like, headshot this guy at, like, 25 meters. There's also a supply convoy coming in. But, like, you can still, like, hit out to there. Not like an Elmo can, of course, but you can. Actually, let's chain you. Oh. And yeah, when you get disoriented like this, like just having this against the like shock rounds are already like super strong against like the DOA boss, for instance, the legendary DOA boss. Now you could have disorient and stuff. you could foam him by shooting him. Like you could give up one person just shooting him, like for casuals and stuff, not like speedrunners or anything, but.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
You know what? She has a dark winter.
Heavily armed.
Like,
Hostiles
am I crazy?
nearby.
I mean, I am crazy, but am I crazy? Is this like that much worse? Yes. Yes, it is. Like this thing still kills as a full tag. But this thing is doing it at an RPM that is like so much higher. This is basically, yeah, it's hitting the same numbers. It's hitting the same numbers, but at a crazy higher RPM. What I would love to also see some, yeah. I can't do that while streaming, but I could record some segments and see actually if it is actually firing at higher RPMs. I already did like a unscientific test of just firing the damn thing and seeing how long it feels that it's firing, which seemed shorter by a lot. And let's retry it now that I've kind of as well like reset a little bit. So I need this one to be Because this even has more rounds as well. So, no. Both of them to have the same amount of rounds. The sound doesn't per se need to be matching up, but yeah, I really need to check the firing length. But yeah, for that, we just need to capture the footage, put them side by side, like cut off the end and start, see how long it is firing for. The kill time isn't per se high. Like it's faster than a FAMAS on this build. Like this isn't a full red striker. This is this is a tech tank striker, and this thing is not really strong. It can tank pretty well. That's its purpose. But yeah, it's killing a lot faster than FAMAS especially on a build that I kind of know, like this one. Let's go do some A/B testing. Might not run around. Might go actually and just... Let's go over here and go north. Because basically with this weapon, this build is doing the same damage as a full red obliterate version of a striker with the backpack. But this thing has a memento and 3 blue cores, meaning that it can also go into the ranges that this thing like requires. Because like this is like the well, let's get let's get it stacked up, and then. But also, yes. So with this, the FAMAS isn't stacking as fast. The Ouroboros has basically twice the speed almost. Stacking. Doesn't have the accuracy, of course. It doesn't have the accuracy, it doesn't have the range. But yeah, like this FAMAS is still not stacked to full. Where I feel the Ouroboros would be already. Especially on armor, this feels so much slower. Once you go into the health, it kind of matches up, which also makes a little bit more sense. So, DTH comes in. Well, it doesn't even match up still, but it's closer. But yeah, I haven't felt that for a second there. Let's swap back to the Ouroboros and well, let's go kill these guys. We'll go this patrol first. And yeah, what you can do as well, like there, I disoriented myself on purpose. Actually, does it save it even after reloads? Even with swaps? You can even swap off. So there it has basically now has disorient special ammo. So I'm actually gonna do some killing with this FAMAS, saving the disorient special ammo. It looks to be like it has the icon there of on the buff bar, because yeah, it goes on the buff bar, and yeah. So you can even get special ammo, keep it saved by swapping. I would have totally expected it to lose its once you by swapping. And here as well, I'll have flame rounds now because I was set on fire. Though I should didn't? Why didn't I?
Heavily armored hostile detected.
'Cause yeah, this thing's gonna be the poster child of bad firing time and stuff, but it doesn't matter when it like just murders as hard as it does. Yeah, this thing's silly.
Good job.
And every time got detox on it? Oh, on a exotic character. Okay. Yeah, that's also the thing here now. Like this weapon is even like it's still missing even 10% of its damage, basically. Because yeah, it's gonna push out everything outside of detox anyway. Yeah, this thing they need to come out because yeah, just numbers wise as well. Like this last part, if its RPM was 1320, meaning kind of assuming, but yeah, it has a mod for 10% rate of fire, but then its base RPM for some reason is set to 1500. That's what's causing this. Like its RPM is humongously high, but if it was just the base RPM of a vector 1200 plus that 10%, 1320, that kind of lines up. That kind of lines up with other weapons. Even though actually even still here it is doing it this well on DTA and DTH, and then the FAMAS of course is on DTH only. But that's fine because then at least the range discrepancy will kind of make up for it. Like not everybody would use it. I would totally use this on this Tech Tank Striker, and it would improve this Tech Tank Striker by a lot. Most of the Tech Tanks, just because like they can push into those ranges, it will become their secondary, for instance. They'll run a FAMAS and they'll run a
Detected.
Ouroboros. Yeah, let me actually try that as well. Load faster. So, log out, delete the character. Actually, let's close some tabs because I don't need that anymore. I do want that one. As yeah, I'm gonna. Oh no, I'm gonna delete this character. It's gone forever. Except yeah, PTS. PTS save is not your main save for some that. No.
Press space to start.
It took a second
Press escape
apparently.
to quit.
I pressed too early. It hadn't completely deleted the character. Try to load into a non-existent character. I wonder if the oxidizer would do anything. I don't know if it works off of status with movement. The oxidizer? How do you mean? Or oh, if you mean the RPM increase for like with chatter and stuff, that you need it to be plus RPM. So you need it to not be just a high RPM weapon. You need it to be plus RPM. So in this case, it will only get 10%. Isn't
Safe area
significant.
detected.
Yeah. So whenever you make a new character and you just load in and you just do the whichever of the starts you get put here, it's a character that will have all of the newer items just equipped on them. And yeah, detox Ouroboros. And damage to armor Iron Lung, which I would prefer an rate of fire one, but damage to armor is not the worst choice. Uh, doesn't change anything about those things, right? Just in case. Yeah, I'm gonna put away this thing and this thing. We'll go test them a little bit later. Actually, is anybody in PTS? Is anybody willing to join me for some dissenting? Keep me some company there. Let's all swap back. Oh, status effect does not apply to it. An oxidizer isn't a status effect. Oxidizer is skill damage at its core. It's so yeah, that yeah, because of that doesn't do anything. But I've tried most of the other ones, even napalm. So the napalm from cleaners, the turrets, which is in essence it's fire and snare, but together basically. Because already as well, that gun against, like, for True Sons, where you have those foamers and they come and annoy you, now you just foam them back basically, and stuff like that. Like this thing, even like that, its utility talent at points will be useful, but at this point, its utility talent doesn't even matter. Like this talent could literally be, as I ended last stream with, this could literally be, if you use this gun at the end of a session, a massive employee is going to come to your house and kick you in the balls. That could be its literal talent, and everybody would still use this because it has insane base stats. Yeah, I'm doing the same as
Another agent is now
as my
in
pouch is full, because a ton of useless stuff in there because it fills it up. I'll put this in here. I'll mess about with it a little bit more later, but yeah, going from a swap speed one to a detox one, basically gaining 10% damage, because with this build everything's going to be out of cover anyway, because I'm just going to push up on them. So yeah, if nobody else is interested in joining us for some descent, we're gonna go do that in a second. Seeing as I have a detox one now, sorry, if you have like half of a second, I just want to make sure that this thing as well, the detox numbers match up. Although actually I'm not on the character that has a striker, but never mind. Yeah, let's just go dechanting. We'll go into some dechant. These chants. As starting the fast travel. Is the new SMG any good? It is currently, with its current stats, too good, which is the concern that I'm having currently. But we shall see if it stays like that. If they say anything about it, they should. I can't imagine them
access denied.
Not talking about it.
Protocols. Entering combat simulation program. Combat simulation program activated.
That's it. I think I'm just gonna take a weapon only. Not gonna take any of those skills. But yeah, let's set up first for a nemesis fight, and then we'll go a little past the nemesis. Although, like, maybe a little bit. Like, I'm aiming for loop 10-ish. If you're also up for that, Bomber. Gonna assume you are, right? Just to check as well. I'm gonna take this that one. I'm not gonna take anything here. Because yeah, after the nemesis, I'm already talent-wise gonna try to set up for like a turret drone hybrid. But then after the nemesis, especially, I'm actually gonna grab a turret and a drone. But yeah, let's set up for an early nemesis, because
Room selected.
the sooner we get that out of the way, the sooner I can I'll take the closed door.
Hostiles constructing. Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors.
And yeah, now we're gonna mess about with some dissenting. Kind of want to see how stuff is in here. Because I'm considering as well, like, making a video tomorrow. Making two actually tomorrow, because I still haven't made the only tips for SHD Exposed, but I used up the time that I would have for that one. Oh, I have Preservation as one of my... Rifleman, of course, went in as well. Kind of want to try it, but not now. Pick Allegro now.
Operator cleared to select new.
Because Rifleman doesn't seem bad. You'll just get an incidental headshot, and it'll stack it'll stack up some weapon damage. Although in comparison to other talents, it kind of also depends what the numbers are, what the numbers of each talent is. It's the same like with Vigilance. Like Vigilance in here is okay, but it's not the god that is outside of here, because it's but oh, you don't see the doors that spawn enemies? That's weird. Is that also like already the case? Because then I'll call it out. Yeah, it's your turn to pick. Okay. So running on potato settings. Is it? There's that door there. If you can take that one. I'll go set up for the other one.
Get ready and go.
One of ours is dead.
Console active.
Yeah, I want to get a feeling for stay vindictive anyway.
Operator to select new room.
On an absolute potato. Oh, you're rolling like ultra low settings. It's interesting that then that takes away that like the door texture.
Room selected. Difficulty rating medium.
Let's see. If you can take that lower left door. I'll take this upper door.
Construction initiated.
A 1052 gigabyte. That's. I mean, at least it runs, right? Like at least you get to run it.
Console online. Supply station available.
Wait, is 20 weapon damage per tier? Because if it scales linearly like this, that's actually not bad, but it's also a horrible talent. Like stat-wise, it's not bad, but it's still bad. I'm gonna keep taking some red stuff just to yeah. Let's not go too much into yellows yet. Yeah. So let's just take the easy room here. You have the list for descent, as in what talent, skills, and weapons you should aim to get.
Room selected.
I don't have one. If you are looking for a list like that, I think it's the door to your left. I'll go take upstairs. Hutchler made a good video. I don't fully agree with all of his choices, but it's descent. It's decent. It's decent descent. It's decent for descent. But mostly what you want to do, it kind of depends. It kind of depends what build you're kind of going for and how deep you're planning on going. So if you're just going to the Nemesis, you just want red stuff. Just a bunch of red stuff. Have preservation, maybe a few stacks of it. Have trauma for it to blind the Nemesis and just burn it down. And that's kind of what you kind of need for the Nemesis fight. For going deeper, you kind of can go into some build theory crafting, but kind of depends on, for instance, the last few did with Plague.
Hostile construction.
I think it's only the doors on this side, Comic, actually. It's the close left and this one. I don't think there's doors on that side. Sir, could you die?
Where are you?
But yeah, I've been setting up for like in deep runs for Plague and stuff, and then like having made that choice, it became kind of evident of like going weapon damage and total weapon damage because that skills with the Plague and stuff. But that also kind of made us weak. I feel a little bit deeper, going past 30. And then yeah, for this one, I'm going to attempt to kind of go third drone hybrid, to go red talents, to go out of these three, Bloodsucker. Okay, Bombing Cut Plague, so that's good. I'm gonna already start taking yellows. I'm gonna take yellows and blues. Deep run style. And then yeah, what to avoid is mostly like talents that are too conditional. If they need too much things to get going. No skills still. I'll just take the sniper, just have something long range. Maybe as well Plague. Don't know if I will go Plague. We're ahead of the curve. Let's take this medium for its red.
Room selected. Difficulty rating medium.
But yeah, an in-depth guide to Descent also still seems... Is the closed door on that side?
Hostile construction initiated.
Yeah, that could well work as well. Especially already what we can do with like steady-handed embraced, having like a sniper shotgun kind of effect. And then that together with Regicide. Oh, we're on loop 2, of course. We're getting 3 doors with 2 man. Just gonna blow that up, even if it blows me up.
Console available.
Here we have In Sync. Don't have skills yet, but also I'm just gonna take it already. Just because I didn't want to reroll there. Again, Bomix got opportunistic, so yeah, he's going all shotguns, I feel, at this point then. All shotguns all the time.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating easy.
It's the close left, across left, and then this side right. I'll take this side right.
Construction initiated.
He body blocked me there by dying in front of me, which
Console available.
seems like an excessive way of doing it. I do want surgical anyway, so let's grab that.
Entering new room.
That's
Difficulty
chemical.
rating. Easy.
It's the two on the right and the far on the left.
Hostile construction initiated. Console available.
Comics got traumas already as well, which is
Supply
nice.
station activated.
That's where that blind came from. Could take the medium or the reds. We're still ahead of the curve.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. Medium.
It's close left, and then at the bottom, and then
Constructing.
across.
Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
And insync being in yellow is like pretty strong, I would say. But of course, here I'm not triggering it yet.
Console available.
Because I don't have any skills, notably. Kind of need skills for InSync to work. Let's take Trauma already, because yeah, I want Trauma, Vindictive. Steady-handed braced. Might actually not take. No, Pump's got Overwatch as well. I might not take.
Entering
I
new
kind of need lucky shots.
rating. High
So I might not take Vindictive, or I might drop Trauma. I might not keep Vindictive. Yeah, it's that door there behind you, and I'm gonna go see what other doors there are. Okay, it's the door further as well. I'll grab this one. Go a little bit further and kill these guys as well. It's not this door, right? Yeah, no. Come out. Bunch more stuff coming your way. Escaped me a little bit. I'll clear out this guy first. How's it? Okay. And oof, this heat. I'll take a blue here as well already. I want a yellow as well, so let's take that. And a red. Give me a good skill. These aren't good skills. I do need to take something eventually. But also, yeah, all three of these would be horrible skills for the Nemesis. What loop are we on? Loop 3 already. Loop 3 already. I'm gonna take a decoy. It's gonna be a random skill for the Nemesis, but yeah. If I get two other choices that I can override it with. That's quite weird. Yeah, let's just take the southern one.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating.
It's also going by the NSA, so it's close left, right, and then the other right as well.
Hostile construction
And
initiated.
then the Optimist setup there. I have a decoy. I should actually toss that out. I may be a little bit weak.
Console
Yeah.
available.
My exotic talent isn't a damage talent. Most of my talents aren't damage talents because I haven't gotten good choices yet. This is weird that it's +5. So is this only 50? Well, you have a max stack of 5. I don't want to experiment with that thing. No.
Operator selected.
Let's go Ouroboros style.
To proceed.
Yeah, indeed. Horrible heat with no breeze. At least, yeah, it seems most of Europe is having that. Although actually, I'm gonna guess like a lot of the places have it. But yeah, here I have a fan on me, but yeah, it's still
New location. Difficulty
still
rating.
not great. So yeah, left, right, and then far left.
Hostile construction initiated.
I'll go set up here.
Another shot like that and I'm done for.
Console available.
Yay, unhinged. That will help a lot. Because I think I'm going to do what I usually do with the red side is kind of set up for Plague. Because I do think I will want to take Plague. Though we're not going like that deep that I'm going to get enough exotic choices to. Although I'm not planning on going as deep as is needed for making like an actual full build. Yeah, let's just take this easy. Let's be way ahead of the curve.
Difficulty rating easy.
Because I think we have one more room afterwards as well.
Hostile construction initiated.
Oh yeah, actually decoy on deployment triggers in sync when it deploys. Which, I mean, is not long enough for me to actually make use of it. But, hello?
Console online.
It's weird that they didn't put their new stability talent in here, actually. Perpetuation, of course, new as well. I'm gonna take a reroll here. Don't wanna Oh, he's a sadist. Interesting. Sadist wasn't on that list, right? It was the other one, Ignited. Yeah, Sadist would be pretty decent actually with some setups. So now here in the UK, but we also have a kind of same here in the Netherlands. Actually, it's a little bit it was a little bit hotter. It was like 28 degrees during the day here. Still, like, and yeah, it's especially the humidity. Is pretty high. It's like that feeling of just that you're like not losing heat off your body. Into boilers we go, and yeah, we're 6% ahead of the curve, so we can even take a few mediums later on.
Easy.
Mediums and hards. Yeah, it's downstairs. Up here is one.
Constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
You taking downstairs? Just watch out for that bomb behind you. I'll blow that up. Just deploying it on top of myself just to get in sync going for a few seconds. But yeah, we're still in loop 3, only one wave, so that makes it a little bit more easy. Meaning that I can go do dumb stuff like chase enemies
Console
after the
available.
first wave. I don't think Pommel was on that list, right? I feel I would have remembered. So I would want in sync, overclock, future perfect, and then only taking lucky shots. No, I'm gonna So eventually I'm gonna give up the Invictive. I'm gonna reroll here. Oh no, observation.
Operator cleared to select.
Oh, there was Pommel. Okay. But it wasn't on that list, right? Like that in that picture. But yeah, Pommel together with Regicide and stuff would be interesting as well. Seeing if the kill, the spread kill, would count as Pommel kills. Should, technically, I feel. Because they do count as your kills.
Hostiles constructing.
I'll go across. The backside there isn't one, so I'll go over here. Okay, and it's the split doors here, so I'll set up for here. I've unhinged. Even one stack of it is kind of painful sometimes. Without anything to offset it.
I'm gonna need a new vest.
That's close enough.
Why are you running?
Come on.
Oh, thought he had died there, that guy, but he hadn't.
Another shot and I'm done.
So yeah, I'm very much hoping for some exotic talents because yeah, I only had like bad choices. I'm gonna keep pumping blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue, yellow. Bugging out camps, getting it's very inconsistent. I haven't messed around with it enough to actually figure out what is causing it. But yeah, it doesn't seem to always do it. At least not for me when I had it. It would sometimes do it. Even at 100 like 100% lucky shot. Let's take this red. And yeah, I need to really get some skills. EMP sticky is fine just for the... Oh, okay. I'm misremembering that one then.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating easy.
Yeah, so that door isn't.
Hostile
It's all the other three.
initiated.
Am I that weak? Kinda am. Okay. And yeah, this is loop 4. We have 2 waves.
Console active.
As I just need some more normal reds. I have a bunch in Allegro, but not much in other stuff. Vigilance, obliterates. You know what, I'll take strained. I'll go for higher RPMs.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating medium.
It's just not the nearby door, it's all the other doors.
Hostile construction initiated.
Having in sync up kind of helps for that 4 seconds that I can have it.
I got you.
Console active. Supply station available.
Yeah, I'm using my other weapons a little bit just to conserve a little bit of ammo. Don't want to run out. Yeah, salvage. Wait, at tier 1 it's 20%? So, yeah, that's right. Because what are the other tiers then 5% each on top of it? Because if it's 20% at tier 5, it's going to be 100%. And 100% is notably just is true. At that point, it's not a chance anymore. It's just is true.
Constructing.
Yeah, which it's both doors downstairs and then just this one door upstairs. I'll put my decoy over there. You guys watch out for the next wave as well. I don't have a shot there.
I got this.
No!
console. Active.
Yeah. The difference something like adaptive or plague or stuff like that makes to these early loops is insane. Yeah, there we have intimidate indeed. I could actually take it because I have bloodsucker, but I won't. Let me just think for a second here because I'm going to take salvage. That's going to replace basically for me. I do still need steady-handed, and I still need future perfect, and then eventually I'll put overclock over vindictive here, but not now. I'm gonna reroll here and hope for unhinged. Yay! Oh yeah, that seems like a pummel regicide salvage. I mean, even lucky shot version would work already still as well with that one.
Entering new room.
Kind of want to see how high salvage goes. Like if the next tier is another 20%, which seems a little bit much.
Hostile construction initiated.
What? I reloaded, but I didn't? What was that? I just need to get out of here.
Signs critical.
Like, finally this weapon has reloaded now. Like, what was that? Also, yeah, my heal didn't work. Yay! So I'm at death's door. Till I get a preservation. He's gonna die from it. Yeah, that was just a lag spike. That's what that was, but still, kind of sucked.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Next to a thing that will explode. So.
Agent out of action.
Nah, I'm gonna die.
Agent vital.
Yeah, that thing got blown up. Because there as well, I blew up her pouch, and it did not.
Active.
It did not put down a chem vapor. Because their servers are having issues. Because I was kind of hoping for that to save myself. I can spend a little if I need to. I can say this indeed. Oh, that wasn't worth it, but. Yeah, because Sadist seems like a good choice as well with Bleed Hive, and just will help you clear a door very easily.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating. High value target.
It's close right door.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
I'm gonna.
Oh, that can be used to trigger insync as well, actually. So I should use that. He's gonna die to the fire, I'm hoping. Because also it could be good against rogues, because yeah, you can just... Your trauma will give you a bleed on one of them. You can burn down one very quickly, especially if you're like solo. one more wave here after this guy. And hint with that steady hand that always sucks. Oh, matter. Right when I need it the most. Why are you coming this way? He's stumbling the wrong way there, of course. I'm gonna do that as well just to make sure we're in sync. Yeah, it's just gonna keep skill tiering up for after the nemesis. Kinda want some ammo. Kinda want some med packs as well, so let's spend it like that. Not worth it. I'll take the ammo. I don't have enough for ammo. We're on 86. Let's take this, the northern one. It has more yellows. I should have actually reloaded after grabbing ammo. One more mag.
Room selected. Difficulty rating, medium.
It's the closed door and then two far doors.
What have you done to my eyes?
I'm so weak compared to normal runs. I mean, I have 2 stacks of unhinged. That's how I'm missing his head. Madam.
Console available.
Yeah, I need steady-handed to offset that. Haven't had the option to. I'm not taking lucky shot anymore, of course, because I'm gonna. Yeah, I don't want to take the rerolls.
Authorized to select new room.
Don't want to take too many rerolls because yeah, that in sync is at my current time. I still can do it against the nemesis because I'll just toss out or I'll EMP when we're bursting them down.
Room selected.
And I'll have a few seconds of it. It's one door down and both doors up.
Hostile construction initiated.
Yeah, I keep setting up kind of in this position of like I can kill the door right away, but actually I can't kill the door right away, it turns out. Jamming on the reload button, but it was not reloading. I'm gonna guess the servers are a little bit laggy as well, which is not uncommon for PTM. Nice.
Serious trauma detected. Console active.
Yeah. I don't remember which side we came in, so.
Operator cleared to select new room.
Yeah.
Electrical hazard detected. Entering new room.
Close downstairs and both upstairs.
Easy. Constructing hostile combatant.
What's the street? Much more fire. Come on!
Console available.
Somebody got plagued.
Supply station activated.
Yeah, we have shock and awe, of course, as well now. Blitz rate is going to be one of my talents still. It still needs composure. Is the last red I want here. Yeah.
Operator authorized to select new room.
But yeah, they've added in, and I'm noticing that now a little bit. They've of course added in a bunch of
Activating chemical hazard.
half useful stuff.
New location.
Not always useful stuff.
Easy.
Making the pool of useful items smaller
Initiated.
in comparison, of course. So it's actually, yeah. As I didn't notice that I was standing in a vapor. It's gonna put me a little bit out of position, but we'll be fine.
You're not going anywhere.
You're dead.
Console active.
At least I got steady-handed, yay.
Operator cleared to select.
That was costly, but it was worth it. I have all my red slots, especially. I need one more yellow slot. I need feature perfect, and I want overclock.
Chemical hazard activated.
Eventually.
Entering new
It's
location.
both doors on this side,
High value
and then
target.
across the
Hostiles
on the left
constructed.
side on the
Hostiles
across.
spawn from highlighted doors.
I'll decoy my door.
Oh, crap, I'm blind!
I should get some steady-handed first. Doing that, and then a swap over. So I'm trying to save a little bit of my AR ammo for the actual boss wave. Relocate here.
Shooting back!
Medic, no medicing.
Relax. I got you now. Back off!
Right?
You're going down!
Why did that not? Okay. The answer is again unhinged. Okay. He missed the ammo box with a sniper rifle because unhinged can make it so that that is so wide that like the accuracy is so wide that even a sniper rifle. Oh god damn it! No exotics. Why didn't I get? Jeez. Yeah, let's take one more armor. I think they mostly just because Tip of the Spears was doing the same thing kind of that Hot Shots did. It just did it a little bit better, so a lot of people gravitated towards it. I'm going to see if there's a good special ammo. There really isn't. So I might actually just buy this and then buy some ammo. Just normal ammo. That's it. I'll take one more med pack here as well. Tomic's setting up his plague.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating.
We'll have one random skill. We'll have 2 EMP stickies and a blinder firefly on them. My decoy will be a random skill for them.
Nemesis detected.
Hopefully nothing too horrible. Pomac hasn't loaded in still. He wasn't kidding about potato.
Difficulty increased.
But yeah, he'll make it up to here, just barely though. As on 0, I'm gonna toss my decoy already. And as they spawn close by. So yeah, we can hopefully burn down this one. We can. Just watch yourself on the second one.
System reactivated.
Blinder firefly gets her. Down she goes.
Simulation.
As she had full. I heard the weapon swap happening, and down she went. As we close and continue. With most seasons, a lot of the, I mean, last season as well, we had Cavalier, we had the brand set that I've already forgotten. Like, what brand set even came in? Well, stabilize is one of the actual things that I think will find some use, but mostly with people that are already like leaning towards accuracy and stuff, which isn't the majority, isn't you know, the people that are going for min-max, but there are a lot of people that like if you're playing on controller, actually stuff like that is actually useful. Could take sniper turret here already. Sniper turret is annoying, but I'll still take it because then I have something to like proc in sync with. Because I think stabilize will be okay. I think both of the exotic weapons, I mean, one of them is now currently super OP. Hopefully that one doesn't stay like that.
Hostile construction initiated.
And The LMG is gonna be like pestilence kind of thing. Like it's gonna find some use. It's like blue screen, more like blue screen, really.
They're down.
Like one of those B tier exotics that like once in a while you'll pull out. I'll make a build maximizing for it, but likely with ninja and knee pads. Basically, that's the build. like it's as a spoiler warning. It's a striker or a glass red with a ninja bite. Where's this lady? Hello, lady. There were 2 rushers in that wave.
Console online.
I want to not spend much, so I'm just not going to take the reroll there. Oh, I need this. Okay. You kind of know where it is? Or because don't take the short route to the door here. Take this route. As yes, Palmek is an old blind man. He can't see anything. Let's take the medium for the round.
Entering new
Because he's
location.
playing on a potato.
Rating.
An actual potato. It's hard boiled. Boiled to be hard. It's both doors downstairs as well. Gonna leave my turret up here.
Let's bring some.
And now that I have access to in sync, actually, it's not as bad as I had it before. It's not great still, but it's better than I had it before.
Got to be more careful.
Console available.
But yeah, I want to get third drone and get that going. Okay, so it's 25% and then 5% subsequently. So that's going to come out to 9 times 5 is 9 times 5 is 45, 65 total. Yeah, 65 total. But 65 is still, it's a pretty high chance. Yeah, we're taking the medium, 1 more red. Also a little bit more credits.
Poison gas detected.
Because I could use some credits. If I can get extra skill choice, I might take that just to get more. As it's the 2 left doors and 1 on the right,
Hostile
or back right.
construction initiated.
I'm gonna put my actually I'll put my decoy there as well. Everything spawned over here, of course, where I wasn't.
Console active. Supply station available.
Yeah, let's not spend too many credits. Because I'm still actually missing one of the reds that I want, which is composure. But yeah, I want to keep enough credits for extra skill choice, because yeah, that will increase my chances of. Let's just take this one, because yeah, that hard is just gonna eat up ammo. It's the final room before the boss fight, anyway.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating.
So
Medium.
it's both on left and right, and then. Oh shit! Sorry. Oh, we were out of combat. So.
Hold still. Pay for your crimes.
Uh-oh.
Hell, look at this armor. Whoa.
Got a feeling there's a rusher coming my way.
Console. Available.
Actually, let me read up on In Sync, as we have a few ranks on it now. So its weapon damage isn't going at the same rate as its skill damage. It's still timing as well stays only as at 5 seconds so far. But yeah, that's still good. That's still a decent chunk of weapon damage. Actually, it isn't in comparison to a lot of other stuff. But of course, it's also giving skill damage.
Entering new room. Difficulty
So
rating.
it's not these two doors, and yeah, watch out. There's also fire.
Hostile construction initiated.
So it's not the doors on our side. It's basically all the other doors. Yeah, just watch out for the fire. There I feel I got a salvage because I was firing for more than the amount of rounds that I usually have. Also, I should actually deploy my toy. Actually, if at... So that's going to just be 22 at 5. That's actually exceptionally low. God damn it. Where's this guy going? Thing is, yeah, I don't want to chase him because then I'll be out of position for this one. That's some bad shooting on my part. I'll take the reload here. Ajat. Acknowledged.
Those who betray.
Oh.
Yeah, I can reach it.
Oh, game is not being very generous with its talent choices, and now also it's not very generous with its exotic talents. So actually using it with I mean, using it with Umbra at that point, you're kind of wasting its potential. It's you're better off going like. At that point, it starts getting into the part where, because Umbra adding into RPM and crit damage, it's not bumping up its damage much. It's not increasing its damage per mag much. Like, its biggest issue is damage per mag. That's gonna always be its biggest issue. I'm gonna buy extra skill choice, and actually ammo cap. Like it'll be fun. It'll be a bird. It will be super bird, but it's not going to be very useful. Like, you're much better off putting it on something like Striker that is adding into the side of the damage and increasing its damage per mag by a lot. I'm considering that Oxidizer, but more than that, I'm considering just this SMG. I don't see fire, so if I get trigger, I'll try it. Yeah, let's just go this side.
Difficulty rating easy. EMP hazard detected. System curtailed.
Oh, you mean Regicide? Okay, like rigor. Actually, it's not this door. It's every door but that door. That is. Apparently, I don't see the doors either. Yeah, I mean, I want to try Regicide as well. It would be, I think, especially like going that shotgun route, maximizing shotgun damage, maybe even maximizing towards headshot damage a little bit. Oh well, not maximum, but taking one of the headshot talents basically. Okay, so camera leaves us for a second, but I'll fix that in a second.
Console active.
We can just take vigilance instead. I'd much rather have composure than vigilance. I'll reroll here. So I'm taking trauma too. Yeah, that's why it confused me for a second. As I quickly fix the camera, just so it doesn't. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna give a super bird with Umbra. Like, I understand trying it. I mean, it's also it's gonna be interesting with Golden Bullet as well. So it's every door except that far one. It's all these close ones. Yeah, be curious to see if the Reddit spreadsheet people maybe do a quick
Console online.
scrape and get the all of the like the new talents and how much they go by for each tiering. Yay, finally. I get chance of so yeah. So it depends on what goes up here. I don't want to take it, but also I really need composure. I need some damage. I'm like, because yeah, usually around loop 7 till like 9 is when you'll start gearing up, and then past loop 9 you're supposed to be pretty powerful. Like if you do it right, like loop 9 to loop 25 is basically the cakewalk part. If you're set up decently, okay. It's both doors on this side. I'll go take the door on the other side. I'll put my turret in between us.
Headed your way.
Get off me! Fuck! Can't be dry now.
Both my guns are empty.
Console available.
I'm gonna avoid destructive. It's of course makes kind of sense with my setup. Yeah. But because I want to take future perfect and I want to take overclock. Overclock's gonna go over vindictive. Just to mess about with it. Okay, that's all it does. Okay, but that's still fine. Like as long as it provides an overcharge, basically, because that's already like pretty powerful. Let's take that. So I'm just sitting there thinking about like, could I maybe leave a gap for it? Because you kind of could, because I'm like skill tier 4. If I take future perfect, I could actually like hang on to that and just or maybe just even take 1 tier of future perfect, just get the overcharge. That's what I'll do, I think, just to try it out for now. So it's across there and across there.
Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
So it's just not the middle door, basically. Yeah. Where did my sniper shots go? There, for instance, salvage triggered at least once, most likely. But lucky shot is still going to be better than it by a lot.
Active.
Because it's just a miss. Actually, well, lucky shot together with steady-handed is what we would usually take there, of course. But yeah, the two of those two together will just be a lot better. I didn't catch the loading descent, but did they add anything to the NSA texture? Not that I saw. Was empty for me. So
Room selected. Difficulty rating.
likely no, but also maybe stuff like that can still make it in after PTS. It might also not be part of PTS. Two doors on this side as well, so.
Hostile construction initiated.
I'm gonna put this here. You have that guy right.
Out shooting.
I'm also trying to notice. Come on, fire. Fire. Kind of want to notice if the turret kill will also count. That's exactly where I want my decoy to go. Right on top of me.
God damn it.
Doesn't want to give us one. Yeah, I'm gonna take myself to skill tier 6 as fast as possible, so. Kinda also want to make it, at the very least, to loop 11. Although that doesn't per se need to be confirmation, but seeing if it gives a new patch. If it gives a new patch, then that's like hard confirmation that we are getting new patches. Damn it! I get both the striker and the assault drone at the same time. Gonna take this drone here because sniper turret's okay. Sniper turret's fine. I have 0. I should pick some blue sagging bonus. I'm trying to intimidate. Yeah, I mean, Bloodsucker would actually be the pick, I think, for that one. But you can make it work with Intimidate, with Adrenaline Rush, but also Intimidate's range depends also if the range increases with it tearing up. Because that's always the thing with those. Sometimes you also need like those kind of things to go on. Wait, what out with this game? Did I miss something there? Let's just take this easy.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating easy.
So it's every door except this one, basically.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Trying to get a salvage, see if salvage will trigger off of my skills. Oh.
Console.
So far it hasn't.
available.
It's still wording on it. Killing a target. I mean, normally that makes sense with the pistol. Because I think salvage on pistol... trying to remember. Salvage on pistol, I don't think triggers off of... I have tested it, I just don't remember the results. Likely somewhere in my notes it will say, so somewhere.
Operator selected.
No, it wouldn't, because otherwise, yeah,
Proceed.
that would be too easy. Well, let's take the medium for the red. And some credits.
Entering new location. Difficulty
As
rating.
yeah, we're in reroll territory. It's
Hostile
one door on that
construction
side.
initiated.
I'm gonna make you pay.
Oh, it did.
Take this fucker out. They're all over me.
Right, let's see if I can. Pretty sure it did there. Come on, drone. Killer. Yeah, it does. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. So salvage with turret and drone actually kind of works then.
Console online. Supply station online.
Yeah, I need some steady-handed,
Operator cleared to select.
but also I need some unhinged. Think I need to use exotic tone. Yeah, we're loop 8, we're still on one exotic. I'm still only like, I only have bloodsucker. Well, let's take the easy one. Let's take the... Let's make it easy on ourselves. We're okay on credits.
Room selected. Difficulty rating easy.
It's both towers downstairs and upper left.
Constructing hostile combatant.
Yeah, so they're dead once again. Turret kill and it reset my ammo, so that's kind of... But yeah, then you can actually kind of survive on just salvage. Not with incessant or something, but...
Console active.
And then lets you get a few more yellow stuffs. I just want more damage. Yeah, it's unhinged, very much so.
Operator authorized to
So
select.
how far up does this insync go now already? I'm Sal 4. So 11% so far on the weapon end, so that's 22% once it's going. Now, of course, that versus unhinged at 3 already is 54 weapon damage, but this is also giving skill damage. Okay, so every tier of future perfect is only going up by 5. So yeah. So, but then yeah, taking just one tier in that, kind of like with trauma, can make it already pretty useful. Because I could even go skill tier 3 and just get the kills and go up to 6. Or you can be at 6 and just get overcharged with the first kill that you make.
Hostile construction.
Letting you deal with the first wave pretty easily, if done right. But yeah, that's salvage recharges as well are good ammo conservation, which kind of like Lucky Shot, of course, already did as well. Especially salvage not tying you to cover is kind of cool, because yeah, you can kind of as well use it like with shotguns and stuff. Although yeah, it's going to be less consistent than something like Chatter. But it is just one talent, basically doing the work of several talents, letting you have
Console available.
more spots for you as I'm going, like in sync, future perfect, stuff like that. Although I don't have future perfect yet, so theoretically in the future. I don't remember which way we came in.
Operator cleared to select new room.
Yeah, so up to the arena.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. High value target. Constructing hostile combatant.
There's both doors on this side. Clear my back first a little bit. Back to our friend here. Aw. You got to heal. There was a little bit unhinged there with some of those, yeah. It's always funny how Boink. We've seen how far it can go with and again we have no exotic. So that okay, up to loop 10 it's not a given. It's like 1 in 20 each loop going up. Now of course it's not going to give me ever the other thing ever again. Because I want assault turret very much so. Like, very much so. I might try out the Stinger Hive here. Because I'm kind of sick of that turret. Like, it's not my thing. Trying to pay attention to it, and let's take the boss room. It's one wave.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating
Yeah.
high. Target.
As Fomix says, their new world record of 10 loops with one exotic talent. Yeah, let's see where they spawn. That will decide this. Aw, why does he have flame rounds?
Needed. Console active.
Well, also on a on PTS on a Friday. With this many degrees outside. In 2-man content. As we put even more caveats to the end of that.
Room selected. Difficulty rating medium.
Or they should add as well as the BTSU talent. Like, that would kind of work in here as well. Would be a group talent as well.
Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
I want to see how okay a Stinger Hive is. It's not bad.
Console online.
It's not too bad. Although yeah, it kind of depends as well how high of a loop that still works. Because we're now in the easy loops, really. I'm gonna start taking over. Oh, actually, I don't have the thing to. Well, I'll take overclock anyway. I don't have a turret which is the thing I want to have overclock with. Let's just go with the easy just to clear it out quickly. We can reroll a lot.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating.
Also, I actually still need some yellow talents, which this room can provide. Because I still need Future Perfect. The one I'm missing. I'll go set up.
Style construction.
Actually, I'll grab that door with my Stinger, and I'll go set up upstairs to deal with this door myself. Oh, nothing spawned up here. My drone is
Console available.
just didn't wanna fight. It went pacifist. Actually, well, that way we're going.
Room selected. Difficulty rating easy. Electrical hazard detected. Hostiles constructing.
This room, I just never know where to set up. So there it's safe. And I'll set up here. Oh,
Vital signs critical.
I got hugged there. It's over there. Oh. Kind of want to see there if the stinger kill would provide me with it as well. It should. I mean, if the turret and drone are doing it. Kind of want to see as well if the bleed does it as well. Bleed should as well. It still counts as a kill. A weak point kill likely wouldn't. Actually, let's see. So what's the difference between these two? +2, +2? Yeah. So theoretically, we're going to another 10. So 23
Entering new location.
weapon damage.
Difficulty rating. High value target.
Which is 46 weapon damage with instinct triggered, which on the weapon damage side is completely useless. On the skill damage side is also actually pretty low. So instinct might not be as good as I'm hoping it will be. Makes sense as well because it's a yellow. I mean, it's still good for yellow, but you still kind of need like tier 10 for it. Before it like really goes.
I'm gonna blow you. Gonna light you up. Take that.
Enjoy my stinger. Oh. There we go. That's it. Using the eclipse tactic there of throwing a stinger at your feet and running away. Really? No exotics? I guess so, yeah. Skill tier maxed. Gonna go into blues. The deep run strat of bluing it up alongside those yellows. Let's see as well how deep we go. I don't know how you are on like how till what time you can go comic, but my intention isn't to go really too deep. So likely just a few more. And this just needs a reroll. This needs a reroll, even if it costs like 5k or something in credits. But that just needs a reroll. For it to also be a little bit better. Yeah. Only have one thing left to buy on the temporary store. As comic is saying that he can go for days. Well, I can't, so there. But yeah, likely at most we'll go to 15. I'm gonna set 15 as our limit, and we're not gonna go over that limit. In the same way that I, of course, whenever I say this is the last countdown run, that it's definitely the last countdown run that evening. So yeah, let's go take this this northern one. But yeah, I don't want to go beyond 15. Really, I guess would be a waste. I just want to see if we also, yeah, if the patch is a thing. I'm gonna put my stinger on that side because it can cover 2 doors there. So I'll go cover myself this thing. Is one of the things with Descent as well is like, oh yeah, is we're loop 10, so yeah, we can have Black Tusk usually is always loop 10. I think it's always actually Black Tusk, like, without fail. But yeah, Black Tusk can start spawning from 10 and then just does. I haven't paid enough attention to. And I think as well with 2-man, loop 11 is where we'll start getting 3 waves.
Console available.
If I remember correctly. There's a solo with 17. That one I remember. Done way many more solo ones. Plus 20 reload, plus... Okay. So this overclock seems like a good idea, even if you just put your revive hive next to you. Like just for a talent slot, for yellow talent slot. I'm gonna re-roll here and re-roll once more. I kind of want some red. I kind of want future perfect, especially.
Room.
But I'm not gonna overdo it. Yeah, what if we don't go to loop 16? Does loop 16 exist if no one goes to it?
Poison gas.
If a loop 16 falls in a forest and there are no agents nearby to be frustrated by it.
Initiated.
If a ninja bike drops and no agent is there to deconstruct it, did it truly contain an exotic component? These questions and more will not be answered here because this is not a philosophy channel. Yeah, the drone is at the very least kind of like with... I mean, the turret and drone always did that kind of as well, yeah. If nothing else, they're useful for... something needs to spawn from this door, but it hasn't yet. That's annoying.
System malfunctioning.
Is it? Something's over there. Hello, sir?
System reactivated.
They're also really far away from the door. I don't know why that is. Do we even have a thing we could do against this? See if there's any holes there. Oh,
Console active.
okay. They do that this spawning thing. So okay, crisis averted. Because yeah, they are out of bounds. So yeah, they should eventually just deconstruct themselves, basically. It's annoying that it doesn't show you your credits there. Like in this screen, it needs to show your credits. I mean, you see it here if you reroll, actually. So I'm making a thing out of nothing. Should just look in there. But every time, just out of habit, I just leave and then just check there.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating.
Smiley faces come out. So only the far door there and both doors upstairs.
Constructing hostile combatant. Console online.
Oh, but actually,
Supply
to
station
finish an
online.
earlier thought that I started but didn't finish. The drones are actually a kind of turret and drone both kind of useful as well, just for pointing out where enemies are. Kind of like because yeah, when you just scan a room and you just see that Q or E prompt, you just like instantly know where enemies are if they are kind of in your line of sight.
Extreme heat signature.
Okay, watch out for the fire here,
Entering new room.
because there
Difficulty
is a lot of it.
medium.
Oh.
Hostile construction initiated.
You found some of it?
Ready or not?
Fire! Son of a bitch!
Do I really want to get a turret?
Console available.
Because the Hive isn't bad, but Hive also, yeah, is not the greatest. Really want to see what a turret can do with it together with the drone.
Operator authorized to select new room.
And yeah, you're safe from fire leaving there. But are you just on a? Are you just somewhere else, or because normally you're not on that system, right?
Room selected.
Because I don't
Difficulty rating.
think you've
High value target.
highlighted those kind of issues before.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Need to get. Heavy contact here.
Especially when there's a warhound to eat up all the charges, it actually eats up the hive pretty hard. Which is also kind of like what happens to eclipses in in like just normal play. So that's kind of expected. And yeah, the drone never listens. I called that thing back like ages ago and it just didn't. Still, really? We made it to loop 10 without an extra exotic thumb. That's... I mean, it's still within the realm of reason, but it's a little bit unreasonable. Okay, yeah. That's it. I've emptied out that shop. Give me a turret. Yeah, seekers aren't going to be useful. I also kind of want an M60 or something. I've been looking for that as well. Like an LMG. Something with a deeper mag. But no such luck.
Chemical hazard detected.
What I'm on
location.
doing. Ah, okay.
Rating, medium.
Gonna guess staying somewhere
Constructing
different
hostile combatant.
or your good PC isn't. Which yeah, isn't uncommon. I used to have the same issue. At least you have a system that's still good enough to run with, right? Because that's what for the longest of time my main system was kind of as well, with a really old CPU, yeah, it still ran the game. It did what it needed to do. Oh, we're on loop 11. We have yeah, 3 waves and elites finally spawn. And when elites finally spawn, that means heavies will start showing up. So also one more wave after this one. I'm gonna set up my thing over there already. Okay.
Console active.
I ate up some ammo, but not a lot, which is good. But yeah, I need to get salvage up slowly as well. Surgical up as well, slowly. Yeah, let's just take this one just for the
Room selected.
kind of want to have future perfect, especially still. So yeah, it's the 2 on the left and then the 1 on the right. I'm gonna put my hive there. I'm gonna go set up for this door. Sure, let's sit here. That unhinged. Let's get some stacks up and then swap over. Do you know?
Console available.
Trying to catch where salvage even shows, man. I don't think I even got a salvage there, so. And yeah, seeing as I've emptied out the other shop, I can start spending some here on stuff like this. Hollow point ammo for the sniper rifle. Where is future perfect? I'll take another instinct. I want to get instinct to 10 as well. She also, during all that time, it still hasn't, yeah, increased over 5 seconds now. But yeah, I don't think instinct is as good as I want it to be. It's just too low. You're kind of better off just taking unhinged and taking like the skill damage talent.
Room
Oh,
selected.
we have the big EMP.
Difficulty rating medium. System
Oh,
disrupted.
it's every door except this one.
Constructing hostile combatant.
And I don't have Faraday, of course, or anything to help me.
System curtailed. System reactivated. System malfunctioning. System restored.
Never
Should get a charge off. before it gets jammed.
System curtailed.
Why isn't it getting jammed? My hive. Is it? Yeah, just used up all his charges. Wait.
System malfunctioning.
Oh, we have one more wave. We totally forgot.
Restored.
Oh, it doesn't disrupt skills?
System curtailed.
I guess I just view. I'm always using stickies and like I usually never use turrets and drones. I actually didn't know that it didn't disrupt skills. So yeah, if you just get them out, you're fine. That is interesting. But yeah, I think you're better off with skills just using like tech support or the other one that was just skill damage. And in sync, in sync it's still extra weapon damage. Like it's still at least a yellow providing weapon damage. Even if it is a tiny bit is still. Let's take this other one for, or wait, well, yeah, take this one for. Because I really want Future Perfect. Where is it? Give it to me.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. Medium. Hostiles constructing.
But it's every door except that one.
Doors.
So.
Got you down, motherfucker!
Stinger hive out.
You lost one! Screw this up!
It's my time now.
I'm gonna guess salvage is. I can check. Oh, I can put it on a weapon, of course. I'm gonna guess salvage is on the side of a weapon.
Console. Active.
Shows if it's triggering or not, or if it's just triggered. Because I don't notice it on my buff bar. And yeah, extra would still make sense next to it. Lucky shot would also still make sense next to it. The lucky shot would make a lot of sense here. Yeah, I'm gonna give up on overclock. I'm gonna take lucky shots instead of it, improving ammo conservation and salvage. And yeah, I really still want to get. I'll let Pomik get it so he can do that. Although you still have to wait for the door, so it's not a time save there. But I'm gonna guess Force of Habits Die Hard. I'm actually gonna go set up upstairs here. It's actually this door. That should still kill most of the stuff coming out of there.
Shitty armor.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Oh, sniper in the back. Okay, so yeah, one of my concerns was, I guess I just haven't used turret and drone. So, well, I haven't used drone ever before. I've used turret quite a few times, but yeah, one of my concerns was like, what happens when you have rooms like this? But apparently, these jammers don't apply to drones at the very least. They didn't to the hive either.
They won't know what hit them.
which is interesting. Like that it works like that. What is that? My drone is very much in the range of that thing.
What's that?
There, my drone goes on cooldown. So is my hive. So.
I've been waiting to use this.
Just gonna play it slow till my drone is back. In sync is a big part of my damage. Kinda need it. Also, that's a nice thing when you're not all alone.
Let's get some storms going.
You can kind of rely on your allies. I don't think I've ever made it to loop 11 before with just one exotic. Although, well, I don't go deep often. I usually don't go past loop, past the nemesis often. Indeed. What source of dark magic is this? Yay, assault turret! Yay! Let's just take these mediums while we can.
Room selected. Difficulty rating medium.
But yeah, still don't. We still want more exotic talents. We still want more. I still need future perfect as well.
Hostile construction
Indeed.
initiated.
An exotic talent would indeed be nice. I still have bloodsucker as my only one. Not a damage talent, making me, and that's actually it's then interesting because I should feel even weaker than I do. Although actually we're in the loops that we kind of start doing good damage. A certain drone can kill. Oh, and an LMG.
Console active.
I'm not asking for much, I'm just asking for exotic talent, future perfect, LMG. That's all I'm asking for. I'm gonna take some rerolls here. I'll just max out in sync. Let's see how that feels.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating medium. EMP attack simulation online. EMP.
I'm gonna put my turret right up there. Just I want to see like
Hostile construction.
that thing just doesn't get jammed, right? Okay. Alright. I guess I just never used turrets and drones. I mean, yeah, I would just avoid putting them there, of course, because I would assume that like they would get destroyed. But yeah, I guess we learned something there. What blinded me there? Sniper? That quickly? Coming out of the door?
Console available.
Take some rerolls. It's not like it's way too many rerolls, but just a few.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating medium. Hostiles constructing.
Well,
Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
that one's very robotic for me. Let me check if my audio is still okay. Yeah.
Come on, you piece of shit!
I wonder if it's coming through to the stream as that as well. As if it's buzzing. Or if it's just on my end. 'Cause that's also an option, annoyingly. Oh yeah, the sounds also seem delayed now. At least for me.
Console online.
Let me briefly check. Seems okay on the OBS end, just not for me. That's interesting. Yeah, future perfect, finally. Give me 1 second to see if I can fix that. By do I get to pick audio output source? I think you got to do that somewhere. Oh no, actually, thinking about it, maybe that's not in. Yeah, we'll be in audio, and it's not. I'll just live with it, I think, because I think on on the stream the sound is okay. On my end, it isn't. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Let me, because yeah, it's gonna be very hard to. I can recycle the. That fixed it for my end. Let's see if audio, the audio on the mic is a little bit delayed, but tiny amount. That's it. Sometimes technical stuff breaks. There we go. Yeah, that works. That works. Okay. And then, yeah. Focusrite products are hit and miss sometimes, especially on the drivers.
Difficulty rating high value target.
They sound good, but
Difficulty
they
rating
always come with a few issues. So wait, are you using the 93R or are you just clicking a lot? Kind of depends where they spawn, where I want to put my turrets. So I'm just gonna wait till they spawn, which is across from us. So I'm gonna push in, put my turret there.
I'm exposed here.
Console active. Supply station online.
As I did get finally an overcharge there. I'm gonna reroll here. So I don't need much. Higher. Going full clicks. Was it actually the 93R? I messed around with it. I mean, it's still not useful, but the 93R with like when you're deep in and you have like the braced all the way up, steady-handed all the way up and stuff. You can actually, well, with Allegro and Chatterbox, like you can kind of make a full auto gun out of it. Is it both doors here? Actually, it's only one door here. So I'm gonna put my turret over there. And I'll camp this door. There. So my camera moved all the way around there. Future perfect one's up again. Another disorient available if this guy just... Turret and drone are doing, like... The thing is, I'm doing pretty low damage here because I don't have a good exotic talent adding to my damage. Don't have, like, adaptive or anything. My turret and my drone are keeping up with this damage. They might need more oomph. Oh yeah, we loop 13 and yeah, loop 12, and we still didn't have extra talent. Come on, LMG. That's it. I'm good on my skills. I'm happy with my skills. The Flector might be interesting in here as well. You could do silly things with it, maybe. Now with some more skill-based things. Yeah. Fuck it, I'll just take a pistol just to have a better pistol. Spamik actually gets the 93R, letting him burst out with pistol. Oh, did I forget ammo? I did indeed forget ammo. Thanks for Visit that would have sucked indeed. That would have ran out pretty hard. Let's take this. Let's take this one for the yellow.
Room selected. Difficulty rating medium.
Okay, so it's the door underneath the stairs isn't it?
Hostiles
And
constructing.
then one door upstairs.
Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
I think I want to put my thing there. That was felt like in the like 3 waves just takes too long. It starts becoming a slog at the 3
Console
waves.
active.
Yeah, that's me. Keep on moving. Keep on grooving. I mean, that makes well, yeah, it does. That does make a ton of damage if you have Optimist up high.
Electrical hazard activated.
Okay, then you have
Selected. Difficulty
it
rating.
likely high upgraded.
Hostile construction
And
initiated.
both doors downstairs and then just one upstairs. Set up for this one. And that's not great on the turret. I was looking at the turret and the drone while they had Future Perfect up to see like how good they were. While they were overcharged, kind of see how well they were doing, but they actually weren't doing that great. And the thing of them, of course, is with me not going into like skill damage parts of it, they're not gonna go up much. Then yeah, maybe other choices need to be made there. But at least like now I've tried this out basically. Yeah, the pummels here. I'm gonna guess going up it's gonna add weapon damage. It's not gonna add less kills. Because that's actually what the perfect one does. The perfect one takes it from 3 to 2. I mean, it's always going to stay on 3 and then the weapon damage goes up. But it would be interesting if at like 5 or something like went to 2.
Difficulty rating medium.
It's everything except the closed door.
Hostile construction initiated.
Let's get a turret up.
Console active. Supply station online.
Could spend some here. I'm gonna put some flame rounds in my pistol. Gonna put some stagger rounds in my SMG. And yeah, my sniper still has its things. Let's bump up the reds a little bit. It's also, I think as we're getting a bit later in the evening, time for one energy drink to come out and play. That one, yeah.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating medium.
So it's those two doors.
Hostile construction initiated.
I'll put my turret here. It should be able to shoot at most things. I'll go set up here. I'll get this door. Salvage worked there perfectly, even with like lower ranks. Although of course it's chance based, so. But actually at full, it should be okay. It should be okay actually to be the only skill that you have that takes care of your reloads basically. Anyway.
Console.
Well, I have a lucky shot here as well actually, so. But yeah, then yeah. You don't really need the extra as well. It is better than extra, which like we normally would take there. Let's train ourselves up.
Electrical hazard detected.
Right,
Entering
let's
new
both
location.
close doors.
Rating. High value target.
But yeah, we're gonna have 4 doors with this.
Initiated.
Try my best to get up here. I'll get the door on that end first. Everything's not reloaded. Fresh one. When steady-handed gives up, it goes all over the place. There's our boss friend in the doorway. Come on, game. You can't. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Actually, kinetic for me. I mean, no. Still, it still sucks. Actually, it's 50%. So 50% is not bad. What a selection. Yeah, new anti-world record indeed of us getting it way too late. But yeah, I did want to get kinetic momentum to try out, but yeah, not per se there. At 50%, actually it was 50%, right? Oh wait, did I not run far? God damn it. Sorry. I ran like up to the edge of how far we could. No LMG still? No LMG, no sale. Each skill generates oh no, it's 100 then, right? Because yeah, same way as kinetic in the game, it's each skill providing its own pull into it. So that would be actually pretty good early on-ish, but also yeah, you wouldn't want to do it early on because you don't want to deal with a nemesis while you have. Because yeah, you need deployed skills. You need things like turret and drone basically. That's what you need. Okay, so it's that door and these two doors.
Hostile constructing.
I'm gonna put my turret over there, and I'm gonna go deal with this door first myself. Fighting some Rikers, some Rickers. Ooh, that significantly increased my damage output on my turret damage. Which makes sense, of course. I see. Comics also not had that good choices with it. He's added Doctor Home to the mix. Which I mean is not a bad one, especially in groups. It's helping a little bit because it's group wide. Not a primary choice usually.
Wish we didn't have to do it.
We got 3 heavies out of 3 waves.
Step back, please.
Console available.
Let me pick it up. Should I actually pick Talon first and then go? Yeah, I can understand that with having Bloodsucker. Not one that I ever usually pick.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating medium.
But there's a lot better choices, I feel.
Hostile construction initiated.
So yeah, it's the 3 doors upstairs here. I'm gonna put my turret here and then murder this door and then hop over there.
kill so I can kill you.
Let's see my drone numbers here. Oh,
Yeah, I got you.
yeah.
Console online.
698. I mean, that's actually not bad. That's so the turret and the drone together are like half of, well, a little bit over half of me. Meaning that that they're not great, but they're also not horrible. Especially solo, I could see that kind of working.
Room
Just also for the like giving extra targets for things to shoot at. Here, I'm gonna put my turret up there.
constructing
I'm gonna
hostile
set up
combatant.
here.
Here we go again.
An agent needs assistance.
Comic does have a hive, so he'll hive back up. So we have one more wave after this one.
Time. Let's make up. They blinded me. Empty, ready. Keep your fucking distance. Leave here. Make this too easy.
Console active. Supply station online.
Oh, it's the length of the overcharge that goes up as well. That's interesting because, oh, wait, so it's going from 15 to 20. So it's going to have another 45 seconds on top of it, which is 60 seconds. So yeah, you have a cooldown of 60 seconds and then overcharging every 60 seconds, every 60 seconds. Wow, you need to get a kill as well. So that's actually interesting. I won't though. I'm gonna up my salvage.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating.
Meaning that you can keep overcharge up. Because yeah, overcharge is pretty strong here as well. It seems to add around like 30-40% to my damage on the turret and the drone.
Hostile construction initiated.
I'll set my turret here for this door. No, I should
You like light show?
not camp this door. Should be able to preservation through all this. And I did, kind of. Hello? With enemies not dying as easily, I'm actually running into ammo concerns.
What the fuck are you doing there? This
Console available.
But yeah, we'll have a supply station before the boss, most likely. So, actually, no, we won't because the boss isn't right next door. But that's also good. I have enough ammo for a boss. So actually, It's still going up by, yeah. So another 5. Yeah, so 65% chance at full salvage. If linear, which most of them are, so it's okay to assume that it's going to be linear.
Construction
I'm going to put my turret here. It's a good overwatch position. Now we're going to both camp this door and then just push out. Both of us have some mid-range stuff available to us, so. Got to reload this weapon. Oh. Not right. Was intending to go. So I'm gonna relocate a little bit left. I'm gonna go put up here. My turret especially is kinda useless otherwise there. And then I'll go back and camp that door. Because otherwise... Otherwise, Pomic's back is a little bit exposed. Watch out, there's one coming your way.
Why can't I see? Damn, they got one.
Got away from me.
Lights out, jackass!
Oh, did the HVT get plagued out? I was like waiting for him to come out, keeping an eye over there, but he never did. And yeah, around these loops is what this kind of stuff is supposed to happen, which is that we're super OP. Basically up to 25 should be coasting, basically, once you've reached this point and haven't made way too bad choices. And then after this point, after 25, it becomes slowly a little bit harder. Up to 30 shouldn't be an issue if you're still set up okay. And then up to 30, and then after 30, it starts getting like hard again. Yes, yeah, we'll likely do this one more loop. Maybe one more loop after this as well, because I really want to test salvage with an LMG. Like, that's really something that I kind of want to get a feel for. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see at the end of this loop how But yeah, we've already done some hours in the afternoon as well. Well, with we, I mean I. And I started an hour early as well today, just because I wanted to start messing about with stuff. So I was like, let's stream it anyway.
Medium. Constructing hostile combatant.
I guess it's every door except that upper one there. I'll just spawn camp this side. As we're fighting some cleaners. This doesn't feel bad, especially for a build that
Console.
is with Bloodsucker. Like doesn't have what I would want here is especially adaptive and then plague. And then kinetic momentum. Like that would be my 3 choice for this build specifically. Not in general, but like for what I'm trying to achieve here. And especially I've been up this high without plague, and it usually like feels like shit.
Room selected.
It's
Difficulty
very
rating,
slow.
Medium.
And hey there, Muddy.
Hostiles constructing.
Yeah, so it's 2 doors downstairs, 1 upstairs. I'm gonna actually, from now on, just put my turret at the door that we aren't covering, basically. Then me and my drone will take one of the doors. Shooting through this thing is always annoying. Not really perfectly modeled. What is it, owner?
Console active.
I didn't even really burn ammo there, so that's good.
Operator authorized to select new room.
Do we have? I'll fill up my pistol with this again. No. Take some of that. Now remember to reload this weapon for once.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating medium.
So both doors upstairs and one of the ones downstairs. What for this time? I'll put my turret over there. I'll put myself over here. I got enough salvages to just keep firing there. That was good. As at this point, salvage is becoming consistent enough to be like just good. Like, I think an LMG would help as well.
Console online.
Even with this PP19, still works.
Operator selected. Select new room to proceed.
Let's take the red stuff.
Room selected. Difficulty rating medium. Constructing hostile combatant.
Oh, I'll make grab that door. I'll go up here. Actually, I'll elevate this one. the last wave, so
Active.
I was okay leaving my position.
Operator cleared to select new room.
That's it. We've made it to arena here. Let's see if we get exotic talent. If we get exotic talent here, we might continue for one more just to see, like.
Room selected.
But yeah,
Difficulty rating.
at this point, if I do get exotic talent, it's very likely to be
Instructions.
something like plague or adaptive to be useful here. Was a little bit surrounded there, but yeah. Yeah, like these boss rooms as well, like just feel like a slog at this point. We have 4 waves, 3 and then the boss wave. There we go. Hey, so let's do one more loop. Let's see what we get. I'm gonna hope something plaguey. I do get access to Regicide, but I'm not set up for Regicide at all. But also, nothing else here is useful. Guess I'm Regiciding. I'll get a random headshot in there because I'm mostly using this SMG. I'll get a random headshot doing 400% of this weapon damage, which is nothing. Or I could try to snipe and try to get this. But also, 2 of my talents are stacking talents and not made for Regicide. So, yeah. No, there's a bunch of stuff always missing on the patch notes. That's not uncommon. But sometimes as well, when the patch notes get made, they might have decided of like, this thing isn't ready, but and the patch gets fixed and go, oh no, we put it in, it was ready. Stuff like that happens. Because if you're going for Regicide, going like all kind of actually, yeah. It's kind of the same setup as Plague, kind of. I don't know why I keep going to these shops. Done too many Nemesis runs. Still no LMG. Yeah. Don't want to try any other skills, really. It's considering maybe grabbing something else, but nah. But yeah, we'll do this loop still. And mess about. Just kind of want to see what Regicide does when you're not set up for it. Because yeah, what you would want is same like Pestilence, same like this Plague actually.
Difficulty rating.
Just to
Constructing hostile combatants.
set up for weapon damage, total weapon damage. Both of those go into that calculation, or go into weapon damage, which makes that explosion more explosive. shotgun, sniper rifle, shotgun more like consistently will get you a big fat explosion if you do that. Gonna guess there's a
Serious trauma detected.
this guy was still alive.
Agent down.
No. Was there a heavy somewhere, or did I just get blown up by something else? Yeah, you can get me because yeah, there's one more wave right after this one. Oh, okay, that was that. Because yeah, my world did explode. But I wasn't sure if it was just a grenadier.
Console available.
But the thing with Regicide is, it's only that, I mean, that was always the thing with it. It's only that group explosion. So yeah, if you're not catching the wave at the door, like it might be cool for if 4 people have it and you just get everyone to a door. Because it's not adding into damage. It's not a damage talent on its own. It's just that explosion. It is a group clear talent. Yeah, if you're set up for plague basically as well, then yeah, which you are, I think, pretty well there. So.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating medium. Hostile construction
I'm gonna
initiated.
put my turret up here. Myself down there. Let's see if I can headshot an enemy here and get the Regicide going. Waiting for my drone to hit as well.
See you run now.
I'd be curious to see how because it's the same as with Headhunter in the game, in like the normal game. It's very dependent on till how far does it actually work. Like, because the thing with Regulus is especially you can make it with the right setup. You can make it work all the way to Legendary. As long as you do it right.
Console active. Supply station online.
Is it? Oh, I went to the wrong corner. It's like I turned around there. Gee, is there hollow point rounds in here? Yeah. Let's see if that helps. Any problems with the Nemesis? I don't believe anything was changed about the Nemesis, so not particularly. We didn't have any issues with them. We were decently set up. We had one player with Plague here with this fight, so it went pretty smooth.
Can't wait anymore.
That's my third and drone kill steal. But you also like because yeah, once you reach loop somewhere in that, I think it's actually it's not too far off where we are. It's all gonna be elites. You don't have any reds. You just like one tap easily, which is kind of like what you do. You don't have headhunter to get that super explosion going. I don't think regicide will be good. It'll be cool. It'll be like a, you know, one of those skills to use once in a while, but you never had to. Oh no, I've had plenty of problems with Nemesis. Or fighting them at least. Like him having other skills that you have, like Stinger Hive when I have Revive. Revive Hive will lead to a healing hive. I mean those kind of things are set. If you have, there are plenty of skills that will give him a random skill. If you have any type of hive, it will get him a healing hive. If you have a Stinger Hive, then they will have a Stinger Hive. And a lot of skills can be random skills. Like decoys and stuff, shields, all of those will be a random skill. And they don't have the same limitation that we do. So likely what you maybe had there is that you had a skill that was providing them a random skill, and they had a revive, or they had a healing hive because of the revive hive, and then they had a random skill be a stinger. Because I'm pretty certain it's fixed to be a healing hive if you have. Like I don't think it can be stinger for revive hive. But yeah, there's a few lists floating around of just what skills lead to what, and what skills have the same nemesis thing. Let's get a little bit more salvage. And if you're up for it, Pomek, let's do finish this loop, and let's at least start the next loop. Let's see if I get an LMG. I really want to see how LMG feels with this.
Poison gas simulation.
But
Entering new
but also I don't want to go too far longer.
high value target. Hostile construction initiated.
Let's actually go get set up here.
Good shot. We got a friendly down over here.
That's already actually here, so I used my secondary a little bit here. But I came into this boss fight with good ammo. But I said that regicide is just making with these fights, it's basically just making explosions happen, and like like of course if I was more set up for it I could maybe make use of it, but yeah, these random headshots causing explosions, like that one wasn't in range and stuff. Like if you compare it to even Diamondback's talent or something like that. But yeah, what it could do is, yeah, just door clear easily. But even then, yeah, you would need to really be in 4-man. And then the scaling also goes up. Can you still easily, like, even with the highest setup, could you even consistently headshot an elite coming out of a door at like loop 30? No, we don't get another choice. But yeah, as much as they don't have a one-to-one to all your skills. That's the thing. Like if you have Burst or Firefly, ooh, last again 60. Yay, finally. Like if you have a Burst or Firefly or a Demolish or Firefly, they they just get a blinder. Stuff like that. Let's take the North one. Let's see if we get some rogues. Let's do a few hearts, see if it gets rogues.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating. Hard.
Explosions for group kills with headshot. I mean, yes, but the thing is, like in the game now, the reason why Regulus is so popular is not just Regulus; it's also tied to Headhunter. Headhunter is a big part of that equation. And yeah, we don't have Headhunter here. But yeah, it really depends on like how far can you make it work. It's gonna be the thing with it. If you can make it work all the way to loop 40, and you can still, with a high enough setup that you can still kill one wave when it's spawning in the doorway, then it can be good.
Operator authorized to select new room.
But yeah, well, that would mean a headshotting sniper build, basically. Let's take another heart.
Room selected. Difficulty rating. Hard. Constructing hostile
I'll
combatant.
put my turret here. And put myself there. That's like there, for instance, I got an explosion to happen, but did nothing. Well, so of course, I'm not set up for it. Like too many of my talents are mostly more set up for just shooting.
Console online. Supply station available.
Take some stagger rounds. Start using the chatter with both conversion. Yeah, that's usually what I run for like deep runs so far.
Operator selected.
And that's, yeah, usually incessant chatter to get RPM up together with steady-handed and let's just take this one.
Electric hazard detected. Room selected.
A lucky shot and steady-handed and
Hostile construction.
extra for just infinite ammo. Here I'm set up more for, just because we have new talents, I'm more set up as a turret drone hybrid kind of setup. set up to be a halfway, some weapon damage, some stagger was not enough there, or salvage was not enough there. Love for my drone to help me with this guy. It does. I mean, actually, this thing, because this could have Plague alongside this as well, and this build is doing decently okay, even without Plague. Because I usually have Plague here as well, just helping out, making stuff go faster. Because in these mid-tier kind of, like in loop 15 to 25, Plague is like really strong.
Operator cleared to select room.
No, what talents am I using? Exotic currently, I didn't get good choices, so I have Bloodsucker, Kinetic Momentum, and Regicide. Bloodsucker and Regicides aren't really doing here anything for me. Kinetic Momentum kind of fits with my build. It's also not great. Let's take Ventilation. If we get rogues there, that's decent place enough to fight. And yeah, just normal red talent wise, I'm just smattering of a little bit of everything. Just the general ones.
Hard.
I'm gonna put my turret upstairs there
Initiated.
on the left side. I'll go take. I did not pay attention to. Oh, really? It cancelled my toss? I had tossed already.
Got your range now, agent.
Trying to deploy my turret, but it's not letting me. No, it lets me. Okay.
Give me a hug.
No hugs.
Leave it.
Console available.
And I'm not disliking this setup. I'm curious to see though how long it can hold out, because the thing is, the turret and the drone are basically at their cap. My in-sync will go up, and that's basically it. So will they still be useful a little bit further on?
Operator authorized to select new room.
Not particularly likely, is the answer. But yeah, everything works on these like mid loops.
Chemical hazard activated.
So let's see if we get exotic talent here. If we do, I might be up for continuing a little bit further.
Hostile construction.
I'm gonna put my turret on this side. I'm gonna cross with you as well because there's only one door on this side. I'll take this first door here. would have been better if it did the true patriot thing of scaling off of the enemy health. No. Oh, actually, no. Yeah, no. Yes, exactly. Oh yeah, empathic resolve exists as well, of course. Would you ever do this? Depends on if it triggers off of Dr. Home. It should, because that's a repair ally. 12 to 60 by your skill tier. I'm gonna glass up. It will be interesting to see between Chatter and the Bullet King talent. It depends. It depends kind of what you're setting up. Early on, I prefer Bullet Hell a lot, but like if you're just doing a Nemesis run between those two, I would pick Bullet Hell because Chatter kind of needs a few extra or lucky shot to get going, or you need to get a LMG to like consistently have it up, and it won't help you much against the Nemesis fight because you'll likely unload and then you'll have to reload afterwards. But for later runs, for like loop 15 above, Chatter like then becomes way too good to not choose. I'm looking at some weapons to maybe, because I was hoping for a shotgun here to try Regicide with, but might try this thing, but also actually like this thing is gonna, yeah. The sniper rifle would already be way too good. Let's do a few rooms here, and that might be it. Or let's, depends. You up for going up to loop 21? Let's see if we get patches, new patches.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating.
Yeah, let's then do that. Let's go to like beat loop 20 basically.
Constructing hostile combatant.
But also now, for instance, the reason I didn't pick Bullet King or the Bullet Hell, the Bullet King talent, is I already have Salvage and I already have this LMG. The two of them together basically do the Bullet King already, like the Bullet Hell thing already. Good enough for me to just use those two. I have Lucky Shot, a few Lucky Shots as well, actually. So. Because that's usually the thing, you can kind of get better stuff out of, you know, you'd use, in the past you'd use Bullet Hell, or you'd avoid Bullet Hell because you could get the same effectiveness out of a few of the talents. How's this? Hello, lady? Get up.
Let's see how you're
Yeah, now as well with glass, it's actually no, I can't one shot one of those people even with in sync up.
Console.
Actually, well, you need 2 shots to get in sync up actually, so that's annoying. So yeah, I didn't have in sync up actually. But also, yeah, my build isn't set up for it. If you're building towards it, you wouldn't use stacking talents as I have now.
Chemical hazard detected. Entering new room. Difficulty rating. Medium. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from
Say no
highlighted
more.
doors.
Because there they were close to each other. But yeah, this is with the LMG, of course. Like, that thing doesn't have the weapon damage to really make regicide work.
Oh yeah, it's my time
Console active.
Let's get more. As well, you would take rifleman as well. Although the rifleman is not going to be active on the first shot. You want stuff that is going to be active on the first shot. So, Overwatch, composure, vigilance,
Chemical hazard.
unhinged.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating medium.
And just surgical maybe as well with the headshot damage one as well.
Highlighted doors.
Or just the bare headshot damage one that isn't conditioned. Not concussion, but the other one. Precise, I think.
I'll take care of that.
Oh, again? Oh no. Alright. They came out. Luckily. Because early on we had one guy stuck in there as well, although the game eventually just despawned them, so it does have that same out of bounds protection that most of the game has as well. Not everywhere, but most places. And yeah, what you wouldn't want, especially for regicide, is stuff like actually Allegro. What is it? That's not increasing your damage. Let's take the far south one.
Room selected. Difficulty.
And then yeah, with the shotgun as well, you could have opportunistic alongside of it as well.
Hostile construction initiated.
And then like that still wouldn't help your first shot, but it would help your second shot. If your first shot doesn't kill them, then your second shot will. Oh well, your second shot can do up to 100% extra damage. If you have full opportunistic.
I'm missing all the action from here.
You have moments like that where they, I killed one sniper with another. That felt okay. There's a fly on my arm. That was like
Console online.
really annoying
Supply
there for a
station
second.
activated.
Let's unhinge some more. But also, the unhinged that I'm reaching now will need braced as well. So it might actually even be better to take braced over steady-handed. But yeah, the moment that steady-handed leaves is just feels like really bad.
EMP attack simulation online.
So we have some EMPs once again.
Room. Difficulty
Both these doors, I'm gonna go set up on the other end.
Hostile construction initiated.
A turret there.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I was about to say, there's going to be a sniper somewhere. There's always a sniper somewhere. That's my first reload in a while. At least in a fight. Or reloaded in between rooms a few times there, but... Yeah, salvage is actually pretty good. Give us a talent, yay. Likely, if I get access to Plague, I'm gonna get rid of Regicide. I get the 3 that I like. Yeah, I'll keep Glass. Glass is pretty good, actually, up to like loop 25. Yeah, stat. Liberty talents? You just mean the old Liberty talents? Because that one was in there. Blind Justice? Oh, yeah, actually, maybe that could be interesting as well. Blind Justice, and then... Because yeah, that increases weapon damage by a lot for that one shot. Okay. The Liberty or Death. I don't remember what actually... I mean, isn't that just shield heal? Then? Or actually, or maybe if you can... Because I'll pop open Discord. Yep. Camera leaves us once more. Maybe if you can DM it on me on Discord if you have a screenshot of it. But yeah, you can just snip a tool and paste into Discord. Oh yeah, indeed. Liberty or Death. Actually, I can. If I save it. And bring up this. The Windows Explorer takes forever to load up. Well, actually, let's make it big, actually. Let's make it big. So yeah, +2 weapon boo damage, stacks up to 30 times. So that will be 60. But yeah, headshots consume all stacks, so it wouldn't fit together well with Regicide, I feel. Because yeah, you're not gonna stack up 30 times and then get Regicide out. But a shield talent actually is kind of cool. Because one of the things I wouldn't mind trying, I haven't messed around with shields at all, but especially a pistol bulwark, like even if it goes like super slow, could you like maybe just you know, just stand in front of people and just get some damage out and just like get through? Like how long can the bulwark shield last out? Now it gives me all of the LMGs, but yeah, I'm gonna stick to the M60. I like the M60 better than the M249. I have Plague now as well, so that's great. Yeah, I really don't need anything out of there. And I only had used 209 LMG rounds there, so. Salvage is doing its work. Oh, we have a boss room available, so we're gonna do that. In the Sand, I don't know if any changes happened to it, but in PTS, it didn't. It went only with yellow cores, the shields. So the shields only went up with yellow cores. They didn't, because in here it's not armor cores; it's just armor percentage plus. It's not like it's not the same thing underneath, basically. Yeah, one of the annoying things as well is yeah, that kind of stuff doesn't get, because you can't actually like easily see it except from here. Like after you pick the skill, you can see that it was like that was that was that tier.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. High value target.
Yeah, it does not scale with blue cores at all.
Selected.
So
Difficulty rating.
it is. Gonna pop my drone. I'm gonna wait with my turret until I see where they spawn, which is over there. As they still haven't fixed this thing, as a collectible subset has completed. Still don't know what, like, I get the feeling that still nobody has figured out what that is. As my character was just faking there, interacting with it.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. Medium.
So what does it show here as my highest loop? That would also tell me. Okay, highest loop 32. So yeah, this was before I did my 36 run.
Hostile
Just
construction.
gonna put my turret somewhere in the middle. I feel. I'm gonna go get set up here.
Vital signs critical. Serious trauma detected. Agent
Yeah.
out of action.
Thank you. Okay, so I need to be a little bit more cautious because I am actually with just those few less blue cores, because I've spent 6 on yellows, of course. I am actually in one tap range for snipers.
Console active. Supply station available.
Pump up our clutch. And let's put some hollow points in here as well. Oh yeah, I have glass. I totally forgot, yeah. I need to play a little bit more conservatively.
Entering new room.
Yeah, I usually don't pick glass. I totally forgot that I, of course, have glass. But yeah, glass can make these parts go faster. But it's also a little bit dangerous,
Hostile
of course.
construction initiated.
There then. Wait, what? Oh, that was just some random drone. Okay. Oh, my drone is over there. Okay. Hello? Come on out. The weather's fine.
Console available.
A one-way room. Don't mind if we do.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating.
I said we'll take it to 21.
Room selected. Difficulty rating. Hard. Activating steam hazard prototype.
I'm trying to like we only need to finish 20 and when that's when the second patch comes in, right? Or do you have to finish 21?
Immediate medical assistance needed. System disrupted.
You have to finish 20, right? Yeah. You finish 20 and then get
System reactivated.
to 21.
Console active.
Let's get lucky shot up.
Room selected. Difficulty rating.
Yeah, I mean these are the loops where like we're supposed to be overpowered. Like if you're not overpowered at these parts, then you have things have gone wrong already. I'm gonna set up here, so my turret can have Overwatch.
Constructing hostile combatant.
Not the talent Overwatch, but just the effectiveness of Overwatch. Yeah, there. But yeah, usually setup-wise, I go with both steady-handed and then also braced, which is usually what you do to make sniper LMGs. But because I'm going for a few different yellow talents as well here. I haven't taken braced and it hurts. But yeah, at this point, with even like just 2 lucky shots, a few salvages, I feel okay on ammo. Like just fine. Also on reloads. Although of course, yeah, once you start going into loop 30s and stuff, you'll still kill fast enough. And then at that point as well, you can have lucky shot likely up to 10. So you'll have to 200 mag. You're not guaranteed every 2 kills, but yeah. We don't get an exotic, but because I wouldn't mind swapping out glass to adaptive. I like adaptive actually better than glass, especially when like going for RPM like this together with chatter as well. I'm going to loop at 20. Wait, did they fix the loading screen? Was that what happened there? I wasn't paying attention for a second there. It did actually say loop 20, and I was like, oh wait, are we on loop 19 still? But, so wait, how much armor do I like have? Does it say here anywhere? I don't think it does, right? Like what your actual armor value is. Doesn't look like it. And we could deduce from other options. This was an ACS. Yeah, seeing as we're not going much further, I just wanna use this Super 90 for a little bit, see if it can keep up as well. Because I'm not doing that weapon swap thing much here. It's not really necessary often.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. High value target. Entering new location.
Yeah, it depends where they spawn, so I'll set up for this door. If they spawn here, my turret goes up here, and then I turn around and fight. And they spawn here. I feel that worked.
Console online.
I'm gonna say that worked. But yeah, also yeah. Huh? What happened? Well, no, just I'm trying out the Super 90 now. So.
Authorized to select new room.
Like the LMG would have done the same. But, I mean, Super 90 is like a very high burst. I mean, the ACS beats it in burst, but it's still pretty high burst. I mean, yeah, I mean that should be the thing with these at these parts. We should be very OP.
Activating chemical hazard.
Well, mostly I wanted to see because I only have 10 shots with my setup as is.
Hostile construction initiated.
But I still got enough salvages going that it like worked out still. Yeah, I'm gonna stay around here just so for the next wave. Could go chase, but it would put me out of position. Oh, they're mid-reload actually when my turret and my drone killed something, and that triggered salvage. So. Oh, as they're steady-handed left, and so did my accuracy and my ability to shoot stuff.
Console active.
Salvage triggering off of drone and turret kills is actually pretty cool. Ignite is here as well. Let's get more lucky shot.
To select new room.
Yeah, let's Let's just take this one.
Room selected. Difficulty rating medium.
Woof. Steady-handed is not active yet.
Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
My weapon went straight up into the sky.
Stay there. I'm gonna kill you.
I need to use an LMG till I actually get a few stacks. Yeah, that's down to unhinged, of course. I took a gamble there of reloading one shell and starting firing and hoping I get salvage, and I did. That gamble paid off.
So online.
Only a downside is actually some of my talents aren't really set up for shotguns.
Authorized to select new room.
Because I have strained and I have obliterate. Obliterate in here as well, I think, just does triggers the way it does in a normal game. Actually, I should check here. It doesn't go per pellet, like Striker and Heartbreaker do and stuff like that. It goes per
New location. Difficulty rating.
crit per shot, not crit per pellet.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Yeah, where do I put my turret? Just put it somewhere. Yeah. A one per shot, even if I'm critting multiples in a shot. Oh, always annoying when they don't come out the door, especially like when it's a door that is like flanking you.
Console available. Supply station available.
Let's take it up to 60.
Operator authorized to select new room.
That's right. I'll take some shock rounds. I'll take some high velocity rounds. Someday I will really try this one. It's been a while.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. High.
I mean, it's a good mode. It's a fun mode. If you're,
Hostile spawn from.
I mean, what I would recommend is at least get a little bit into it and go and do weekly nemesises. Just so if you're in any way kind of into like having, because yeah, there's phones tied to it that you can only get from the weekly project. So you kind of need to do the weekly projects every week, and there's like 17 of them, so it can take a while if you know, start late, which I did as well, for instance. Because yeah, you don't need to go as deep as we are going here. We've gone several hours and stuff just because we've gone on a deep run. But usually just going up to the Nemesis, you can kind of consistently do it in like 40 minutes. pretty consistently without even like try harding or anything. Definitely in an hour, like an hour per week, basically. And then especially because with next season, currently the plans are that the big thing as well from this mode is that you get blueprints, blueprints that are not available from anything else currently, with reconstructed caches from here. Currently the reconstructed caches are pretty low drop rate. They're gonna go to pretty good drop rates. And steady-handed left there, and so did my shotgun all the way into this guy. But yeah, I'm kind of happy with this setup, especially for solo. This could actually be pretty good. You're doing a solo run because you have a turret and drone taking away fire from you as well. You get one more exotic talent here. I was hoping for incessant chatter, but or not incessant chatter, but the other one, the chameleon one. But I'm just gonna skip this choice actually, because yeah. Let's take it past this loop, and then that'll be it, I think. Yeah, adaptive indeed. Adaptive instincts. Yeah, we'll go over here and then we'll exit to DC from the mushroom here, if you're also okay with that, Pommy. Ooh, as that was, yeah. Because I kind of want to see what our time was in the end as well. Just out of curiosity, I just want to see if there's anything good here. No. As yeah, let's exit to DC as we get the completion screen. So here I went with like the red side, kind of like how I often do it with Allegro, Unhinged, Surgical, Composure, Strained, and then Obliterate. If I'm solo, instead of Strained, I usually take Overwatch. But yeah, Pomic had Overwatch. But then here, yeah, having Instinct and Future Perfect together kind of really can bring skills up. Kinetic Momentum also was actually pretty good. If I had a choice, yeah, I would go Adaptive, Kinetic Momentum, and then for this kind of build. Adaptive, Kinetic Momentum, and then...
Combat Simulation Program active.
Plague. And then maybe swapping out Plague later on. I did get a reconstructed cache there. So these reconstructed caches are like after... For next season, if they keep the same... Okay, it's likely my mail. So I'm gonna just pop that just so I have some space to go get it. Mailbox out of the way. Because yeah, you get those, and then in those are sometimes blueprints. In this case, there is a blueprint inside of it. It has this great thing. It has a blueprint. I'm gonna pop it. Need all of these pop-ups to go away, so we get the on the side. It will show. I can go to the crafting station as well and just see what I got. But let's see which one it gave me, because yeah, getting all of those blueprints is gonna be the long grind. So I picked up a blueprint force multiplier, which is good. They added in blueprints. They added in more blueprints. Because this in current game is like 4.0 something, right? Like it's not 458 currently. So maybe they added in a lot of the missing blueprints. But yeah, it was mostly the items from there. But yeah, we'll have 8 plus 8, or we'll have 6. We'll have 6 plus 8 from if they also add in those names. But that's still like plus 20 here. Like there's a big discrepancy here. That's weird. But yeah, we'll get the blueprints from the new guns likely as well. So let's say 8. So yeah, it's 6 plus 2, so 8 plus 8 from the gear set and the brand set. So let's say 16. But that's still a lot more than this. 3 reconfigurations as well. And that's about it. Yeah, indeed. Oh, 414 currently. My brain does not want to do this math anymore. Minus 414. So 44. That's a lot more blueprints than we get in a normal season. Because yeah, usually at 16 plus maybe like the 3 reconfiguration ones, 19. So let's maybe even say like, let's even say 24. There's still 20 other blueprints that are unaccounted for there. So yeah, likely they added a bunch of the, because a lot of stuff was missing from the name table or from the blueprint table there. So hopefully they have done some work on it. One thing I just briefly want to mess about with, and that will likely be the last thing that I do here. I'm gonna grab again this. Actually, it's set up still like that. So I got this now, the detox version of this SMG.
Pleasure to see you.
Meaning that I have a 10% more even. It's gonna open up my inventory a little bit. Gonna keep that one.
That was a good deal.
Kind of want to actually, you know what? I kind of also want to mess about with this thing. But actually, yeah, I mean, obvious thing to do is put that as my secondary. There we go. This is on the military G36. Yeah. This thing has not the greatest pattern. The G36 Enhanced has a much better pattern than this thing. Let's give it detox. Let's give it some chance. All right. I just want to shoot it for 2 seconds and just see how it feels. Who do I want to go murder? I want to go murder. Let's go murder some Black Tusk. Let's go hit this.
Hostile control point nearby.
Out of force of habit, of course, I go checking if the snitch is here because yeah, that's important on PTS. Yeah, the snitch is here. There's maybe a name group over there. Let's go murder them as well.
Light him up! Get around that shield!
Yeah, the damage per mag kind of hurts, but
He's at DPD headquarters.
I have even more stuff. I almost made it to that memento. If I made it to that memento, I would have made it. As I got surrounded there and got destroyed on an uncharged up tech tank. Those true sons were nearby then. Where did they even come from? That they were already basically there. Next thing. I didn't even have Fog of War on, so I don't have even an excuse, but I just wasn't paying attention to my minimap. I was expecting everything to be in front of me. Neatly and... How did I aggro people like all the way over here?
God damn it!
Immobilizing target.
I should immobilize this target. Oh. Is there so much stuff here? Where did the foam guy go? Let's murder these as well. Yeah, the True Sons and Black Dust no longer fighting each other means like in the zones like this. This named actually, so I respawned close enough that it didn't despawn. Because usually when you engage one of those named groups, it despawns them afterwards if you aren't close enough to it. Hi, I'm over here. Yes.
You're going nowhere.
Yes. I know. I want to go nowhere. Could you actually phone me? Thank you. Now you tell me how it feels.
Major
Sucks, doesn't it?
deceased.
Huh? Why do you phone people? Huh?
By his grief.
Really?
Family now.
See how it feels?
Any comfort.
Really? Each time it seems to be doing less. What was that? Although it's a short duration already.
Agent, got a location on Major Castillo. He's at DCD headquarters. Proceed with caution.
Yes, Kelso, I know. Major Castillo is on DCD. His name was Major Castillo. Don't know why out of habit I still grab those things. I'm half charged up. Let's go be stupid.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
This thing needed the ammo talent actually.
Incoming hostiles.
Yeah, this is silly. Well.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
The only thing, the only downside this currently has is its ammo count. Ah, that bleed's gonna kill me. That sucks. I was like, I'll kill this dog, I'll turn around.
Family now.
I'm awake. But yeah, of course that dog will bleed, and I wasn't charged up enough to fight that.
Hostile control identified.
Let's actually charge this thing up first, and then be stupid. This seems like a good place to go. Yeah, on the weapon, on the SMG, kind of. I mean, it's still going to be a little bit useful. It'll. Well, I mean, on. I wonder actually. I wonder. I haven't done any,
Location. Guarded.
and I won't do any PvP testing on it. But I'm curious to like find out in a few days what the PvPers have discovered about it, like what it can and can't do. Because if it works the same in PvP as it does in PvE, which it kind of looks like it does, then that's very silly.
After everything you've done, you're not getting away.
Because yeah, you're gonna do stuff like this even like. Actually, is that yeah? That is an MP grenade. Just boink.
System malfunctioning.
There. I have. Actually, do I have?
Got one. He's behind that turret.
System back online.
I didn't get the MP rounds there. Nope. Why not?
More blood on your hands.
I remember trying with MP earlier as well, right?
Detected.
Pretty certain we did.
Together.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Let's try now. Okay. There did give me the Sorient ammo.
Agent, got a location on Major Castillo. He's at DCD headquarters. Proceed
I
with
keep
caution.
over aggressing.
0.
I should go to bed. Yeah, the SMG seems like just a little bit much. I really expect them to come out and say we meant its RPM to be 1320. Like that's what its RPM should be. There's no reason for its RPM to be the numbers that it is here. Because
Civilians in danger.
yeah, just the base weapon of it is yeah exceeding anything else. Like like this will make an
System curtailed.
Copy that.
Hostiles detected. Identification confirmed.
Got a location on Major
Major
Castillo.
Castillo.
He's at
there again, disrupt.
Proceed with caution.
I kind of remember testing disrupt, right? I feel.
Negative.
Because there we got bleed. Like
Major Castillo. Status.
the disrupt doesn't seem to be.
Castillo is consumed by agent. Got a location on Major Castillo. He's at DCD headquarters. Proceed with
Applying the bullets.
Hostile control point nearby. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Is it the blind there, for instance, did as well.
Incoming hostiles detected.
agent. Got a location on Major Castillo. He's at DCD headquarters. Proceed with caution.
Target right here. Man down. Sneak out.
I got some other stuff as well. Picked up all the charges there. Kind of want this thing to be charged up
Civilians
and then go mess about with it. So currently, I haven't found. I mean, the normal way isn't there. I don't think. Trying to think of like, is there different ways still to change global diff? But not really. It's just from the map setting, and that map setting isn't there. It's also not showing the global difficulty on screen like right now.
detecting additional hostile contacts.
What? What happened there? Oh, they tried to flashbang that guy that was way too close to themselves and flashbang themselves.
Civilians in danger.
I'm not even gonna complete that. Sure, I will complete that just so it goes off the map. I'm gonna go do that one and just fully charge up. I think it's set to whatever you were set to at that time. So one of my characters was set to normal. Its CPs are 1. This character was set to heroic. Its CPs are 4. With no way to change it.
Target's moving up.
At least none that I found. Let's say it like maybe somebody else has a workaround. So here, okay. So this time it did give me. Gonna wait for this disrupt to wear off on this guy.
Castillo is consumed by his grief.
System reactivated.
He's with his family now. If that's any comfort.
Okay, yeah. So why didn't it work earlier?
Agent, got a location on Major Castillo. He's at DCD headquarters. Proceed with caution.
Because yeah, what you can do as well is just like poink, and then this effect is only in combat, of course. This effect will only occur during combat. Okay, yeah, that's why. That's what's causing. That's. So it is consistent. I just. Let's go there. One more thing here. Thing with it is with Striker as well. Like if Striker wasn't as, I mean, no, this thing would make any build overpowered. But with Striker also being the top tier build, like this synergizes so well with Striker. It's doing 30 rounds per minute. Like ACS does 40 stacks a sec or per second, I should say. ACS does 40 stacks per second if all pellets hit and stuff. This thing is doing 30. Well, it's doing more than 30. It's doing 30.15 or something. 31.5. But yeah, let's just round it down to 30. Like that's pretty okay. Like yes, it'll take you a second longer to reach the cap. But that's also fine because you're doing so much more damage and just more consistently, and you don't have to weapon swap, which will cost you, a little bit as well. Let's go. How does this character have a question mark over there? An answer we shall leave unanswered, or a question we shall leave unanswered. So it could be better for some. Well, the thing is, you can stack with it just easier, and you don't have to swap because the weapon swap as well is a loss, practically. But most people as well, like how many people do you really see playing Striker the way it should be played, to me at least, and stacking with ACS, especially chest ones. Like with the obliterate one, you can quite easily get away without stacking with an ACS. But like there for a first kill, like that was an unstacked. And here, I don't mind if I get foamed actually, because then I'll have some foam rounds. But actually, yeah, that's kind of silly as well. In actual play, what will happen is that you won't be CCing multiple things or anything. It's not like a CC. It can't do the thing what the Scorpio does, of course, and stuff. It's not going to replace that. But yeah, for instance, here, I'll just get a foam and like be able to like incidentally save myself a little bit. But it's basically, with the numbers that it currently has, it doesn't matter. Like the talents could literally be your next meal will taste super bitter or something, and like, it's still worth using. Because there as well, like even out of like that was at the edge of its optimal range, but it still has the accuracy, especially with the weapon handling from strikers as well alongside of it, like. But this kind of feels like the damage of a normal strikers, but this is a tech tank. This is like the striker tech tank. It isn't a normal strikers. So I get to have like the same damage as a previous striker, and the tankiness of a tech tank. And the only downside really is ammo consumption. This kind of feels the same way this build kind of feels in like global events or something. Like not golden bullet per se, but like with like polarity switch or something.
Let's see you run that.
In kill time and in output.
Detected.
What's still left over here? Oh, this is a random patron. I'm looking for ammo drops. Well, actually, I'm pretty good on ammo.
In place.
One thing with ammo was as well is the game drops more ammo the lower you are on ammo. So as long as you're getting kills, you should be fine. Because also the amount of ammo it gives you is different if you're very low on ammo. Like every pickup is more rounds if you're very low on ammo. There's even on a tech tank here with like, you know, it's not a damage build. It can consistently one mag elites. And even if it doesn't one mag them, the reload is actually has a reload mod as well. It barely has a like it has not a real fast hands reload, but it has like a fast hands that you didn't stack up well. It has that reload. Kind of considering if I want to hit something else still. This isn't gonna work, but let's try. I should go Roosevelt actually. Roosevelt is better for this one. We'll go here.
You've got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Yeah, actually, let's go White House and back and get some ammo. Oh yeah, of course, expertise is gonna go up as well. To 24 indeed.
Watch from here.
Oh.
On the target.
Of course, the elite one was outside.
Assistance needed.
I would load it in, of course. I didn't have my health gate.
You've got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
There goes my stacks. That's always still like that's also something they just need to fix. But yeah, when you expect to have a health gate and you don't, it hurts.
Another dead. Found an infiltrator. Targeting.
Where did you guys go even? I don't want to push in here because that I want to kill at least a mini tank here, especially that elite one. Either its owner or itself needs to go away because otherwise it will send a fire grenade and will completely destroy me. But yeah, like here I'm out of range, but it's still doing like okay damage because it's just doing so much damage. And yeah, elite enemies are like, or
Identification.
legendary enemies,
Castillo.
Got a location on Major Castillo.
where they
DCD headquarters. Proceed with caution.
Serious trauma detected.
oh, I didn't have a shield. Okay.
Agent vital signs 0.
Oh yeah, my shield had gone with that for sure. But yeah, the kill speed there is just like
You've got your
it's
objective.
doing what a focus striker does,
Stand in your way.
but without focusing and just burning down enemies. Especially if I can get this elite one without the elite mini tank coming out, like the bastard that it is. Why isn't... Does this door no longer persist between...
Vital signs critical.
I thought this door persisted between runs.
Agent vital signs 0.
Apparently not. Maybe not when you respawn, maybe only if you reset.
Let anything stand in your way. You've got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Barrel them.
Just take the long way around. Where's the elite ones here? Okay.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
This place solo is always just a dance of just killing these elites. Mini tank, to me at least.
Identification.
Got a location on Major Castillo. He's at DCD headquarters.
Deceased.
Proceed
And
with
yeah,
caution.
there we actually get the issue of this thing. And that's mostly how it is. I did a few runs and didn't... Respawning doesn't reset your ammo. I don't see any ammo drops. See one over there.
Target in close range. Friendly KIA.
Something's flanked me. It's likely the mini tank. Kind of need to deal with it.
Backup's on the way.
Let's charge up a little.
Need to get closer.
This is a tech tank. Like, normally Like tanks don't do this well on this kind of stuff. I should have gone and grabbed ammo actually. He's on this side, right? Sure, I forgot. I'd actually forgotten that there's two heavies here. That's how long ago my last DUA was. Sir, could you stop bleeding me? That would be very appreciated. Still a sniper alive somewhere as well. Two snipers actually. There's two sniper drones next to me.
Buddy's wasted.
Once I have to use a different weapon, how like shitty it feels almost having to go off of that off of the bird.
Confirmed. Major Castillo. Status. Deceased.
Castillo is consumed by his grief.
I don't know if
with
he
his
just
family
if they just added it, but I got some more blueprints of named items because I don't know where I got named. Yeah, so yeah, it does seem that there's like new stuff then.
Agent, got a
In
location.
the reconstructed caches.
DCD headquarters. Proceed with caution.
Got them.
Identification confirmed. Major Castillo. Status. Deceased.
Castillo is consumed by his grief.
Sir, could you not?
DCD headquarters.
Serious trauma
Proceed
detected.
with any comfort.
I'll have my shield back in a second. Yes, you did hit me.
I can't move.
Should go back and get some more ammo actually now. I need to kill this medic and then I can...
We've got a moving target. Got a beat on the tango.
Usually they don't sit for that long. That felt broken.
Hey, over here.
Uh,
Try not to die.
sure, fine. Get a rest. I'll have the Saurians rounds here.
Got a location on Major Castillo.
Castillo.
He's at DCD
Status.
headquarters.
Deceased.
Proceed with caution.
Vital signs critical.
You should be able to just kill through the ceiling box.
Serious trauma detected.
Yes, you do need to fix the gun belt. Oh, it's on this side. We killed that thing earlier. Made a mess out of that.
Out again.
And yeah. This thing is silly. The striker tech tank would like trying to do this with the FAMAS, it was a struggle. Like this would be a struggle. These builds are not made for legendary. Like they're really not. The Heartbreaker can do it, but that's kind of the only one that can kind of do it. The Negotiator can do it as well, but just with the spread damage, but not so much for a mission like this. Yeah, this thing is silly. Was that Night Watcher out of the reconstructed cache, or was it out of somewhere? Or was it just somewhere else? Actually, just out of curiosity.
Hey, take a look over here.
Because yeah, I'll be moving towards ending as well here. As yeah, this thing is a bit much. Well, I mean, it isn't even Elmo 2.0. Like Elmo is pretty actually. The thing is that the FAMAS is such an outlier, and now the Elmo is kind of like matching that. This thing is in a league of its own. Like its only downside is really its ammo, like this ammo thing. But that's also not that big of an issue because like you're killing fast enough that it'll suck for like open world and stuff, especially in DC. But it won't for missions and stuff where you have like a ammo box every other room. Like how often? Because it even actually that's basically the same damage as a Vector 45, and yeah, especially solo like. Add to that you could be gunner. I couldn't be with the tech tank, but you could be gunner. Providing you ammo like that already makes a FAMAS already like decently enough to use. This thing as well can kind of be used that way. And yeah, you can pair it with a FAMAS. Like if you run out of ammo, you just swap to that thing. Actually, yeah, before I head off, I just want to get a feeling for this talent. Because also it's going to be available on everything, right? Because it might actually be interesting on fast-firing rifles, especially. You'll be giving up boomerang or rifleman, but 4 seconds with this. Is the normal one also like that? Don't know if it shows the talent if you haven't gotten it yet. We'll see here.
Always good to see you, Agent.
It's been so long since I've looked at a talent in my talent library that wasn't in the talent library. We shall find out here. Actually, it does show. So 2 seconds for the normal one, and 60% instead of 75%. Okay. So let's actually go see how it feels. 4 seconds is a long time. That's long enough to like. But yeah, you also don't have to hit. You only need to fire. And yeah, the thing with stability, of course, is what stability is the up down recoil. It's not the side to side recoil. The G36s do have pretty decent side to side recoil. She doesn't have one, but I should have one. I mean, I will have one. Let's actually take the normal one. This is the normal pattern of a G36. Actually, this is on Striker. Let's remove Striker. Am I there we go. Edging it towards there. That build also has weapon handling. Give me something without weapon handling. Does Umbra have weapon handling? I don't even remember. That does reload speed. Reload speed's of course need to then equip G36 this one, G36 this one. So, this is the pattern of G36. Very side to sidey. It jumps around like that mid part. So we see like the first mag of this thing. That's not bad. And then yeah, the second mag becomes, because yeah, it flattens out. It has so much stability that basically flattens out, but it goes still to the side because yeah, it's only the. But this is actually really manageable. Like for when you need some accuracy. Like I could totally see console or well, controller players using this. Because yeah, it's. Give me an invulnerable for a second. It's too bad that the perfect is on a G36. I mean, let's solve that. I don't have the actual talent, of course. Let's. I want to go to bed, but I keep finding stuff to test. We're gonna craft some till we get the talent. Because this is also a way of getting those talents. Night Watcher everyday can. Yeah, I also ran it earlier with like full red striker, chest striker even as well, to try that out as well,
Can't be that hard.
and also obliterate striker as well. And yeah, it's on those it's very silly. Because the thing is, like, that striker was like the tech tank striker there was hitting kind of like what the obliterate striker hits for within FAMAS. Like just, and then of course it has the tanking on top of it. Like that's not right. That's not balanced. You can't put that in a game like that. But yeah, I really expect them to just come out and say like, oh no, we totally meant it to be 1320 RPM. But yeah, running the numbers with 1320 RPM as well, it like looks okay at that point. At that point, it looks just like an okay weapon. Like, not the greatest, not the worst. Especially because yeah, its ammo and its range are its two major issues. But yeah, if it's doing that much more damage, like, we take those things. Like, nobody like inherently likes using the FAMAS. It is an annoying thing to keep on target, but we do it because it is such a higher damage potential than anything else around it. Like, if we could all use the CTAR and like it had the same damage, then yeah, we all would, because it's so much more controllable. Come on, give me the talents. I just want to see a FAMAS with that talent and how it's, because especially the FAMAS doesn't have it doesn't even have as much side-to-side recoil as a G36.
Probably makes
Its reload is longer than the 2 seconds though, so we should, well, actually, let's find out if we ever get this thing. Ooh, as we get pretty late, and I did get up pretty early. But yeah, luckily I can tomorrow mess about as well a little bit. Although tomorrow I especially want to make that only tips for SHD, and also I will likely put out 2 videos then tomorrow, as also my thoughts on PTS. Because everybody keeps asking me asking me about it. Might as well just make a video and just go watch that one instead of completely repeating myself over and over again. But yeah, basically it's the brand set is useless. Chest and backpack names are also kind of useless. The backpack names can be used solo. It still doesn't really make sense. Even if you're using it solo for a lot of solo content as well, it just doesn't make sense. There are so many waves solo are on 7 kills. Like you're not getting there. And in group you're competing for kills. It's on kill talent. It's never gonna pick up. And also, yeah, you're giving up the brand talent, which isn't for free.
I really wish I had a complete set of socket wrenches.
The gear set is kind of funky with its spinning turret, but also likely won't find. It'll be like hardwired with seekers kind of thing. It's like a B tier thing. You can kind of have fun with it. You can mess about with it. Won't likely find much use, real use. And then yeah, the LMG is okay-ish. The chest is kind of useless. The exotic chest is kind of useless. Unless maybe outside of like something super specific to do with it. This talent just doesn't want to come. What should be that they haven't added this talent to the actual just loot pool. And then yeah, and the SMG is like just dumb. And also yeah, they apparently determined is the way they want it to be. Apparently as well. Like come on, game. Give me this talent. Just want the talent just to put it on. Yay. It hurt me. It hurt me big. Stabilize. Fast and stabilize. Likely at the bottom. Nope. It's not on this list, really. We've already had this issue once. I could have just used that one just at the add. No. I did add it in, right? It's in my library. Yes, 26 out of 26, so it is here. It's just not in that list. Let me double check. Actually, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 24. We're missing 2 talents here. Because we have 26 talents here.
Good to see you.
Guys.
24 hours.
Yeah. You know what? Just end this evening then. Let's Burt. As I just noticed what gear set I have on. Let's Burt once and then that'll be it. And with Burt, we mean getting cover with Umbra. Umbra with the chest. Get out of cover. Yeah, that is a true bird. Give me named. Put him close. You give me a coyote as well. It needs to reload for a name there. Which makes sense. So does the vector. The damage numbers overlapping like that is quite funny actually, because yeah, you quite often see that in Golden Bullet as well. Like if you just watch the damage numbers on the side, it's just like sometimes like 3 or 4 are actually overlapping each other, and yeah, it's nice and silly. As yeah, we're over 2,000. Actually, if I do it right, just do it quickly. Just pull out and go in here. Yeah, 2046. Oh yeah, actually, yeah. Of course, it's 1650. So I was like, wait, it's 18 something, and then why is it only this low? But that's of course with that was with strikers, 15%. But yeah, so yeah, this thing can burst. This thing can burst way too hard because this thing has the same damage as this thing, and this thing was already okay. Wasn't great. It was okay, but this thing just has 500 more RPM, and that's supposed to be fine. Like, what? Yeah, I don't know. I want to see what they have to say for themselves. As yeah, it's all a little bit too silly. But yeah, tomorrow I'll be back at it again, and we'll do some more testing. Depending on if there's anything really left to do, I might also just flip over and just go do some farming and stuff. But yeah, we've seen most of the PTS at this point. I don't feel there is any like big thing left to check. Especially with, well, I did some stuff this afternoon, of course, as well with the gear set, I should actually, yeah, I should mess around with that unstoppable force backpack still. So there is still stuff to do, especially the LMG as well. Maybe see if we can get some use out of it. But yeah, that LMG, it not having crit chance on it, like, makes it hard to use. But yeah, it doesn't have crit chance mods. What you could, of course, do is give up this rate of fire here for some crit chance, which would make sense actually as well. Because you can re-roll this thing. That one we've already seen. You could take crit chance here, and then maybe still slot it into a normal build, but then still, like, this 85 round mag of it is very low. Mess around with trying to get Ninja Bike to work for it. I think this character still has the Ninja Bikes as well. Ninja Bike knee pads, I should say. It's not the backpack. But yeah, it's just clunky. In the same time, you could just kill them. But yeah, and then yeah, this SMG is just silly. And then this chest is someone will find something interesting to do with this chest. I could totally, well, the thing is I could totally see myself using this on Eclipse, I was about to say. But would I give up a vial for it? That's the thing as well, always, because yeah, it takes up an exotic slot. You can't have this and a vial. Stats wise, it also doesn't like line up for there. Because yeah, if I could have just regenerating flashbangs or something, regenerating foam grenades, stuff like that. Because yeah, that radius as well is pretty big increase. But would you really give up a well? Actually, you would kind of, because yeah, you could go CC version. You could have a foam. You could have a something else alongside of it, and then also have your grenade provide even a third CC. But also, you don't need that much CC as well. But yeah, we'll mess around with those tips. But that's not for today. That will be a different day. As indeed, PTS goes brrr. Only thing to this is incursions, yeah. But I don't think they're going to put out the incursion. Likely because it also will contain some story segments or story stuff, meaning that they will likely not want to put that out. Whereas most of the other stuff that they've put out are not story heavy, so they kept those back, because we also, for instance, never get to test the manhunts or anything before they come out. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Before I do head off, if there's any, although that doesn't per se need to be confirmation. But well, if there were, it would be confirmation in the other direction. But yeah, I did also indeed not get any patches, new patches. So it might just be that that these patches are just always there, or that they still need to implement new patches. That could also be the thing. So. We could have gotten confirmation if there were new patches here, but there aren't. So but yeah, there would be an icon here that I had new patches. So there wasn't. So yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and sleep as the yawns are catching up to me. And yeah, we'll be back at it tomorrow evening. Yeah, thanks everybody that joined, and look forward. Yeah, I have to see kind of how that schedule goes for Loop 40. I need to actually get in touch with Xander. I see him playing Starfield a lot, so I don't even know if he'll be up for it. So, but might be interested in going in and trying one last time, maybe at most, because yeah, my work is picking up, so it's hard. It's gonna get harder and harder to find like 10 hours in a row where I can just sit behind and play. But yeah. That'll all come still. So have a good evening, and indeed, as said there, going to wish you all to have a good night.